Good morning, everyone. If you could please find a seat. Welcome back to the California WaterFix change petition hearing. I am State Water Board member and hearing officer Tam Dodek. To my right is board chair and co-hearing officer Felicia Marcus. To the chair's right are board member Didi Adamo and board member Stephen Moore. To my left are staff who will be assisting us today. Senior Staff Attorney Dana Heinrich, Environmental Program Manager Diane Riddle, and Senior Water Resources Control Engineer Kyle Ocean-Desco. Other State Water Board staff are present at the front and back of the room to provide assistance, including any assistance for the press and with Spanish translation. Some general announcements before we begin. Please look around now and identify the nearest exit to you. Should an alarm sound, we will evacuate this room immediately. Please take your valuables with you. Use the stairways and not the elevators to go down and exit the building to the relocation site across the street in the park. If you cannot use the stairs, you will be directed to a protective vestibule inside a stairwell. This hearing is being webcast and recorded. So when speaking, please use the microphone and please begin by stating your name and affiliation. If you need a Spanish interpreter, please let one of the staff know or indicate so on the speaker card. A court reporter is present today and will be preparing a transcript of this entire proceeding, including policy statements, including oral policy statements, I should say. The transcript for Part 1A of the hearing will be posted on the State Water Board's California WaterFix petition hearing website as soon as possible. If you would like to receive the transcript sooner, please make arrangements with the court reporting service during one of the breaks or after the hearing day. Finally, and most importantly, please take a moment to turn off or mute your cell phones. I see people reaching. Excellent. Even if you think it's already off, please go ahead and take a moment and double check, as I will as well. All right, today is day 2 of the hearing, and we will first hear policy statements from persons associated with North Delta Cares, including those identified in the notice of intent to appear submitted by Ms. Anna Swenson. I want to take a moment and express our gratitude to Ms. Swenson as well as Ms. Wendy Heaton and Ms. Barbara Daly for their assistance. It is so important to us during this hearing, especially, but during all of our processes, to hear from members of the public, to get comments on the matters that are before us. In this case in particular, it is especially important because due to the ex parte rules, we're not allowed to reach out and have communications outside of this hearing. So your assistance in terms of organizing the speakers and getting the voices here today to provide perspectives for us to consider is extremely important, and we are very grateful for the efforts that you have put into this. As explained in more depth yesterday, this is a legal evidentiary proceeding, slightly less formal than a court proceeding, but much more similar to a court proceeding than to our usual more open-ended quasi-legislative hearings. So unlike our workshops and meetings, board members and staff will be in a listening mode for the most part, as unbiased arbiters of this matter. As such, we will not interject during the hearing as we do in our usual meetings, and will hold most of our questions until the cross-examination is complete. This is common practice in water rights hearings and does not mean that we are not engaged in the process. Far from that, we take this matter and our obligations very seriously and are committed to a fair and impartial proceeding. Our duty is to listen carefully and to consider everyone's point in the context of making a specific legal determination. Policy statements provided today may address Part 1 or Part 2 issues. We will also provide an opportunity for policy statements at the beginning of Part 2 of the hearing. A policy statement, I will remind you, is a non-evidentiary statement. Persons making policy statements must not attempt to use their statements to present factual evidence, either orally or by introduction of written exhibits. If you would like to make a policy statement today, please fill out a speaker card and place it in the box located at the front of the room. Please note that we will also accept and definitely welcome written policy statements. If you have written copies of your policy statement, please also provide that in the box located in front of the room. It is not necessary to read the written policy into the record. We will definitely be reading every single one of them, I assure you. Policy statements should be limited to 3 minutes or less per person. As stated yesterday, I intend to strictly enforce this limit in order to ensure everyone an equal chance to speak before the board. If you would like to submit written policy statements, please note that you may do so today or at a future date before the close of the hearing record for this proceeding. With that, I think we are going to ask Ms. Venson to help organize again the presentation of the policy statement presenters for this morning. And if you could use the microphone for the webcast as well as for the recording and the court reporter.
Our first speaker is Mr. Condos, and we have an image that we've submitted with his policy statement. There it is. So, Mr. Condos, we're ready for you. 3 hours, yeah.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Condos.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good.
And in fact, I am one of your most ardent admirer.
Well, you know, my wife does this to me all the time, but I enjoy doing it if it's a good cause, and this one is a very good cause. I'm older than anybody here, I'm sure. I'm 93. I've been 90 years in Sacramento. I've seen this town from weeds to trees, and I can prove it. I lived in McKinley Park on C Street, and we used to come to town to pick up my father on 5th and K, and we'd have to come through the weeds to get and follow the streetcar tracks to get into Sacramento at that point, and then back again. But I had many adventures in my life. One was a war, which made me grow up. And then I came home and decided to go to school. And to tell a Greek father who can't speak English, you want to be a painter, you're out of your mind. He wants you to be a doctor or a lawyer or something. And so, but my father, I loved dearly, gave me that go-ahead sign. He says, what are you going to do now that you got through the war? I said, I'm going to go to school. He says, wonderful. He says, okay, now what are you going to take? I said, I'm going to be an artist, I think. He looked at me and he said, go for it. And that's all I needed. And so I pursued art most of my life, but I found out that the book that I was looking at has been read over and over and over again, and I don't see any results past those heroes that I acquired along the way. Cézanne is my mentor, and when I finally saw him in nature instead of in a book, I knew that tree had to grow somehow, or that field out there. And it took water. And so I followed the river quite a ways, all the way to Rio Vista, in pursuit of my paintings. And along the way, I saw color changes, and I saw a new life ahead of me. I'm not much for reading because my span isn't that long, but I'm very good at looking, and thank God it's long. And I do pursue art even now in a wheelchair. I do a lot of, coaching, not teaching, coaching. I want to make sure that the person involved is looking at the right thing, if it's the right thing. I'm a teacher of mistakes. I believe in making mistakes because through mistakes you can correct them yourself and find out what went wrong. And that's it, I think, yeah. Thank you.
I have
Thank
to
you.
say, these are beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Mr. Condos. And Ms. Wenson, I don't know if you have a secret line into my office, but in my office are 2 framed posters of work from Mr. Condos. He is one of my very favorite artists, and we actually share the same dentist. And Mr. Condos once did me the tremendous favor of meeting with me in the office of our joint dentist and signing some prints for me. I have a photo that I will always treasure, and I really appreciate you coming here today.
So next we have his beautiful wife, Monty Condos. Come on up.
Short but sweet. I'm sorry that the water board is not seeing the images that we have
Oh,
put
we
up
are.
there. Are they?
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. I did not realize. Because these images are here, part of Sacramento, from our state library, another 12-footer, Sutter Club 12-footer. There was one image in there that was the 12-footer from the Sutter Club, and that was the basis for the 510-foot glass windows on Terminal A at our airport. Greg has painted the Delta. He started in our storeroom. We have his father's Johnson motor. His father was a fisherman on the Delta, and Greg started out fishing on the Delta. I was asked, as we began the Delta Regional Foundation, to put on some art shows showing the beauty of the Delta. And our last show was in March and April at Sac State with 56 artists, from sculpture to images, photography, showing agriculture as well as the beauty of the levees. What we are concerned about is that we don't want the Delta to look like Mono Lake. I am finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Swenson?
Next we have Mary Ann Flanders.
Morning to the board and the staff, and I want to say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak about this issue. My name
Feel
is
free to
Marian.
use the podium over there as well. It's higher for those, that's the ADA accessible podium, so that one might be a little better.
Okay.
We can pause. Why don't you guys restart the timer?
First of all, I would like to say good morning and thank you very much for the opportunity to allow me to speak. I would like to say my name is Marian Flanders. I live on the west side of the valley on a small farm, actually Lamb Valley. And I speak only for myself, and the following is my opinion. One need only note the devastation of Mono Lake and the destruction and desiccation of the once lush Owens Valley to conclude that the Metropolitan Water District of Los Angeles is the ultimate environmental predator. To allow this entity access to the fragile Delta, Sacramento Delta, is to invite ruthless, irreversible destruction to this vital economic and environmental area. I believe we have the technology to resolve water shortages by other means. The past is prologue. This body is charged, at the very least, with doing no harm. And to proceed in this enterprise is folly. I would also like to quote from the book or the monograph Competition for California Water, put out in 1982 by the University of California. And I quote, "Significant alterations in the natural state of water may disturb other elements in the ecological communities, thus depriving society of important, if not crucial, organic structures to the biosphere." This is bigger than just Sacramento. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Henry Go.
Dr. Go is hard of hearing, so just bear with us.
Thank you all very much.
Talk into this.
My name is Henry Go. I have a small holding of land, 17 acres, near one of the intakes on Scribner Road. On it is a home and 50 years of memories. It is holy ground. My wife died there, and nearby a daughter in an accident. On this land is a repository of the treasured elements of the American experience, through which a silver thread runs, that of land ownership. The western expansion of this nation ended here in California. It didn't end out in the Oregon Trail. The last vestiges of the expansion included the Homestead Act, the Kincaid Act, under the Monroe Doctrine. Through hard work, this land was brought to bear its fruit by the sweat of as many as 5 generations of farmers. A generation back, my ethnic heritage prevented me from owning land. A few generations back, we were British subjects without rights of land ownership. Besides human and heritage displacement, the project will create a Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, or another Owens Valley. The sandhill cranes won't come. The ecosystem will be disrupted. Our domestic water from the aquifer will be sucked dry. On a personal note, from this property here, I won't be able to get to my office in Cortland, California, to serve my patients. It's the last doctor's office existing on this river. In a few years, I will have been there in this office providing care with a history of 100 years. It's the last office there. America was born in rural circumstances and remains a repository of values that made this the American century. This is not flyover country. There are human circumstances, and this should not be treated with callous disregard. For the greater good, fine. For ill-conceived projects, never. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Our next speaker is John Stutz from the River Delta Historical Society. You can use that, please.
Thank you. My name is John Stutz. I'm Vice President of the Sacramento River Delta Historical Society, charged with preserving the history and cultural heritage of the Sacramento River Delta. The Society believes that construction of the WaterFix conveyance would be extremely detrimental to the Delta and would destroy parts of the historical Delta which are irreplaceable. Some of our concerns are as follows. The small towns spaced along the Sacramento River and the Delta are legacies of California's past, each distinctive in its own character and history. The historic buildings within these towns are treasures, sometimes fragile and always vulnerable. Fire is always a concern. Response time is critical. Massive tunnel construction with its attendant spoil, RTM areas, holding ponds, etc., would clog transportation routes in the Delta for years. The Sheriff's Department has said that roadway hazards, traffic control, and interference connected to WaterFix construction could significantly increase response time of emergency vehicles. This would put buildings and lives at risk. The entire town of Locke is a National Historical Landmark, built of wood with buildings close together. Recently, it suffered a fire. The firefighters did an outstanding job of getting the fire under control and confining it to one building. The outcome could have been very different if they had a difficult time getting there. This is a cause for concern in every other part of the Delta. Another concern is structural damage to historical buildings located anywhere near the enormous construction zones caused by vibrations from extensive pile driving. Old buildings would be especially vulnerable to these vibrations. The WaterFix EIR states that the damage would be significant and unavoidable. Added to this is the damage caused by an extensive dewatering process, which would lead to land subsidence and further degradation of vulnerable structures. The Sacramento River Delta Historical Society is also concerned with the loss of beautiful historic views. In the 1920s, the Victory Highway Association chose a route paralleling the Sacramento River for part of a scenic trail dedicated to the American forces that died in World War I. In 1969, that route along Highway 160, which the Victory Highway followed, was also singled out for its beauty, designated as a California Scenic Highway. Scenic highways must include a scenic corridor protection program that limits development, outdoor advertising, and earth moving. Construction lasting 9 or more years would forever alter this beautiful landscape from agricultural, rural, residential, riparian, or riverine settings to areas featuring heavy construction equipment and activities that would permanently change the scenic quality of the area. I'm just going to quote our good friend Greg Condos. He said, "It's a terrible idea to destroy the Delta. Here we have something very unique and special. Would you use Yosemite as a dump just because it is big and deep and can hold a lot of trash? No, someone said that's off limits, and everyone accepts that." Well, that's how people who know the Delta feel about it too. Thank you, Mr. Condos.
Thank you, Mr. Stutz.
Thank you. Your next speaker?
Is Linda Updegraff with a local business in Clarksburg.
Good morning, Board. My name is Linda Updegraff. I'm the owner of the Dinky Diner that sits on the Clarksburg Marina in Clarksburg. As a business owner of the Dinky Diner located there, this is what I hear day in and day out from people who love to come here. As you can see, also Gregory Condo's pictures tell you what it really is like there. They take a short drive along the beautiful river road to get there. Every day people come to this area and they are in awe of the habitat, the greenery, the beautiful trees, the fishing, and especially the Sacramento River. The river has a powerful calmness and sanctuary for city dwellers as well as the local people. Taking this away will totally change what is good in this world and what helps the heart and soul of all that is good. Please don't squelch this new and growing tourist area. This is an incredible gift from above. Thank you.
Thank you. Your next speaker?
Dave Sterling.
Good morning. Honorable members of the State Water Resources Control Board. First, thank you for considering these policy statements for Delta area residents. These hearings are very important to us. We've been waiting for several years for state agencies or bodies involved in the important Delta water and tunnels issue to take our input seriously. Over the past 9 years, going as far back as the Blue Ribbon Task Force on the Delta, many Delta residents have frequently provided oral and/or written testimony at hearings, and we've participated in numerous informal meetings. Some of us have logged countless hours doing so. Much of these were recorded by the state sponsoring agency with the assurance that we would receive a response from the agency to our input or decisions or questions. No one I know has ever received such a response or any other indication that the input we provided was ever even read. To the contrary, all indications show that our input has been ignored while key decisions have been made without us. We who will be most affected by the proposed transformation of the Delta want our input to be taken as though we know what we're talking about, because we do. And so we thank you for conducting these hearings and taking seriously our concerns on these important and highly charged issues. Although the specific issue in these hearings is whether to grant permits to divert North Delta Sacramento River water into two humongous tunnels, there are other closely related policy and human impact issues that will be affected by your decision on the diversion permits. My family has lived in the Delta for more than 30 years. I have submitted a detailed policy statement that outlines my concern about the incompatible co-equal goals behind the California WaterFix project, my concern about the ultimate cost of this mega project, and my concern for the deleterious impact this project will have on Delta residents, businesses, agriculture, tourism, and recreation. I also reference an alternative. I hope the Water Board will consider the points that I've made in that statement. Time does not permit me to discuss this further. However, other speakers will address these types of concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sterling.
Our next speaker is Kathy Hunn.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Hunn. My husband Peter and I live in Clarksburg, a community in the North Delta. We are deeply concerned about the effects of dewatering on local wells. The entire population of the North Delta relies upon well water. The environmental documents say that construction of the intakes and other structures could dewater wells up to a distance of 2,600 feet from the project. The towns of Clarksburg and Hood are within that distance. Here's what the groundwater chapter in the EIR says about mitigation. Offset domestic water supply losses attributable to construction dewatering activities. The BDCP proponents will ensure domestic water supplies provided by wells are maintained during construction. Potential actions to offset these losses include installing sheet piles to depths below groundwater elevations, deepening or modifying wells used for domestic purposes to maintain water supplies at pre-construction levels, or securing potable water supplies from off-site sources. Off-site sources could include potable water transported from a permitted water source or providing a temporary connection to nearby wells not adversely affected by dewatering. That's from Chapter 7. How much potable water would be brought in? Would it be in bottles, or would it be in cisterns hooked up to our individual water supplies? If bottles, this would totally be unacceptable. The idea of camping in our homes, businesses, and schools for years so that water can be sent to other communities is absolutely unacceptable. If we don't have running water in which to bathe and cook, we certainly won't have water to maintain our homes and properties. Residents will be forced to leave and their homes left empty. If this happens, the community will fall into disrepair and property values destroyed. The report says the dewatering situation would be temporary. This intake project is slated to take a minimum of 10 years to complete. I would call this temporary if it lasted only a few months, but not when it goes on for years. It would not be temporary if it caused permanent damage, such as abandonment of homes. And who is to say that the well water won't be negatively compromised by the disruption of the aquifers due to the years of constant construction? This is another example where the burden of the WaterFix falls upon the residents of the Delta.
I hope the property is not given permits, but if the permits go forward, it must be stipulated that water supplies are to be maintained at existing levels and that we have running water, not bottled water. We should not have to do without adequate water supply, water, so that water can be shipped to other communities down in the south. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hunt.
Our next speaker is Bill Crocker, and he's reading for Jim Bauman. Mr. Bauman has throat cancer and cannot speak, so thank you for that accommodation.
Good morning to the board. My name is Bill Crocker. I'm the harbor master at Delta Marina in Rio Vista. I'm speaking on behalf of Jim Bauman. I'll be speaking in the third person as him. First off, I represent Mr. Bauman as the president of Delta Marina. I represent all of the people who have boats at the marina, all the people who come to the marina for the RV park, and the thousands upon thousands who come to the Point Restaurant to eat their food and enjoy the Delta. Like I said, this is on behalf of Mr. Bauman, and I quote, "As a longtime resident of Rio Vista and the California Delta, and as the managing owner of the Delta Marina Yacht Harbor, which has been in my family for 57 years, I am familiar with the recreation business in our area and the concerns of our guests. I have seen firsthand the change in water flows, particularly in the Sacramento River and Georgiana Slough at their junction in Walnut Creek when the South Delta pumps are running. When the water is being pulled through Georgiana Slough by the pumps operation, the flow of the water down the Sacramento flows considerably. The water quality is also affected in that the Georgiana, which is in much clearer and cooler, when at the same time the Sacramento, having slowed, is much warmer and muddier. At this time, for the past several years, we have been dealing also with Agariodenza. This plant was introduced into the Delta waterways over 55 years ago and has continued to worsen. There was an article in October 2000 identifying the weeds plants that thrive in warmer waters. They include Agariodenza, hydrilla, water hyacinth, and water pennywort. These plants get wrapped in propellers and plug up water intakes, which can cause engines to overheat. I am told with that, even warmer water and slower flows can also be looking at the possibility of a new threat in the form of toxic algae. We have also been fighting hyacinth for many years, which means dragging it to the launch ramp and then dumping it into dumpsters and paying to have that hauled off. Another aspect for us to consider is with a lower flow, there would be a higher salt content to the water. Also, salt water is much more corrosive, and the resale value of saltwater boats tends to be lower than freshwater boats. Also, if barnacles attach themselves to your boat, you can expect lower speeds, and due to more drag, which also makes the engine run harder, which creates more wear for engine repairs and or bottom scrubbings. In closing, the tunnels project would be very damaging to the Delta, as it would affect both farming and recreation, two of our main industries. It will affect the tax base, which affects all citizens, which could lead to lower quality of life from its effect on services and infrastructure throughout the region. End quote. And that's from Jim Bauman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crocker and Mr. Bowman. Next.
Next, we have Stan Grant.
Good morning. My name is Stan Grant. I'm a vineyard consultant. I'm also a certified professional soil scientist with the Soil Science Society of America and a certified horticulturist with the American Society for Horticultural Science. It's been my pleasure to be associated with the Delta for about 29 years. I actually started when I was in grad school, had an internship with a vineyard not far from where these inlet bays are proposed to be developed. And over that 29 years, I've seen the region grow in stature within the wine grape industry. It supplies grapes for, well, all facets of that industry, from Beringer to Bogle to Butter. Anyway, that's not what I want to talk to you about today. I want to talk to you about two aspects of agriculture that this project will affect. The first are soils. The soils in the Delta, as you might guess, are fairly unique. The soils right inside the levees were developed from placer mining debris some 100 plus years ago. They are deep, they're well drained, they are prime ag land, and there's no other soils like them anywhere else. They've been used traditionally for the production of pears, and increasingly they're used for other permanent crops, especially wine grapes. These soils include soils of the sycamore, tyndall, merit series. Inland of these alluvial fans lie floodplains and basins and back swamps, and soils there include the Omni, Sacramento, Eckbert series soils, and again, these soils are unique to the Delta. They're used for a myriad of crops, field crops like alfalfa and corn and safflower, used for row crops like tomatoes, and increasingly, they're used for wine grapes. And again, these soils, all these I've described to you, they occur nowhere else in the state. And I know that for a fact. A number of years ago, I did a project for the Wine Institute, which required me to research all the soils in the state, and these soils are unique to the Delta. They cannot be mitigated, therefore they're lost to the construction of this project, either by facilities or by debris stacked on top of the soils. It will represent an irreplaceable loss. The other thing I want to talk about is water quality. These tunnels, of course, will alter the flow in the Delta, both in terms of volume and in rate of flow. And of course, that'll have several implications for ag, but the one I want to really talk about is water quality, and that's because I deal with a number of vineyards at the outlet end of the Delta. These are actually, some of these vineyards are cherished family heirlooms. One of my best clients is a father and son team. They're a third and fourth. Okay. Long story short is they've suffered from saltwater intrusion during the Delta during the drought. They've had to irrigate with water that's salty, high in chloride. It represents it creates challenges for them in terms of water management, because the salt predisposes the vines to stress. Along with that, it results in damage.
Thank you. We would welcome more specific details in a written policy statement.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Deborah Chan. Debbie Chan, I apologize.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Chan. I live in Cortland. I thank you for your kind attention and for this opportunity. The Chan family has lived in Cortland since the early 1900s, when our ancestor Chong Chan left China, then San Francisco, post the 1906 earthquake. He made his way into the Sacramento River Delta and joined many enterprising Chinese and those of many other ethnicities to build a better life there, which included planting and the nurturing of existing pear orchards. We live on such an orchard today. Those trees, our trees, many of them are over 120 years old. These are still producing and feeding people all over the world. In fact, today our family is finishing up our pear harvest. We are one of the only Chinese families still farming in the Delta. Chong's great-grandson, my son, is tending hundreds of acres of pear trees as well as open ground, where crops are very carefully nurtured and carefully rotated. Many historic Chinese dignitaries, including Dr. Sun Yat-sen, who actually slept there, have visited Cortland and changed the course of countless lives. To this day, we have tours of Chinese and other world history buffs coming to our ranch for the stories and for a few hours' time just visiting a real working pear ranch. In fact, you're welcome to come down August 27th when we know we have a busload coming. Our family history has been featured in documentaries, newspaper and magazine articles, and most recently a production company came to film and document our younger generation and as the faces of the California Grown movement. Aside from the history, our way of life, the health and the land of the water, and the employment of dozens of in our organization alone, this will be destroyed by the proposed twin tunnels. We are absolutely convinced that this California WaterFix and its many convoluted and much amended drafts and variations make a devastating plan and must never be permitted. Our drinking water, which we get from wells, and will be diminished and compromised. The intrusion of salt water will have disastrous effects on the soil and the irrigation of the existing orchards, vineyards, grain and vegetable crops. Travel on the local roads will become far more dangerous to residents, school buses, farm equipment, emergency vehicles, truck operators, tourists, and wildlife. Permanent loss of farmland is a given. The levees, which are already carefully monitored, will be threatened even further. There are viable options, some already in place that can and must be considered and implemented that can provide more water to more people in California. This fix just isn't one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chan. Ms. Swenson, you're getting a lot of steps in today. I'm jealous.
Our next speaker is Kathy Merwin, another longtime farmer in the Delta.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Merwin, a member and landowner of a diversified family farm in Yolo County's Reclamation District 999. California, and that's surrounding the Sacramento River city of Clarksburg. California built the State Water Project to ship millions of acre feet south. Then the southern cities and farms expanded to the limits of their imported water. Then they overexpanded, creating a crisis now compounded by the drought. Now they demand more water, always more water. The problem is there's only so much water to go around. When you hit the limit, you have a fight over water. If the water continues to flow through the delta, its ecology can recover and its agriculture-based economy continues. If the tunnels are built and the delta loses the water, it's game over for the delta. It's not just the water that will be diverted. The prosperity of the delta will also be diverted. The tunnels become a means of wealth transfer from the delta to southern farms and cities. It's time for California to live within its means. Urban areas have been ramped up conservation and recycling. However, the expansion of permanent crops continues in places where surface water is scarce, and this is not sustainable. The state has enabled this situation by overpromising water and by championing the tunnels as a solution for unstable agricultural expansion. We need to live within our means and not sacrifice the delta for the benefit of other regions. The board should not enable unsustainable pattern of overmore exports from the delta to saddle this unbridled growth. I urge the board to deny these diversion permits, or at the very least, severely reduce the size of the conveyance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Merwin. Next speaker.
Mr. Brad Papalardo with Steamboat Resort.
Board members, hearing officers, staff, thank you very much for this opportunity to address your board. My name is Brad Papalardo. I live on Grand Island on Steamboat Slough. We run a family business there. The southernmost intakes in the petition for change in point of diversion is located 4.5 miles upstream from our property. The impacts from the water diversions will negatively impact our property in two ways. First, diversions would be injurious to our riparian water rights, and second, our business would experience negative impacts to recreation both through the construction process and the operation of the intake facilities themselves. The river downstream of the intakes are heavily used in the spring, summer, and fall for fishing and water-related sports. Impacts from construction will include limiting recreational access to the areas due to the trucking, no wake zones by the intake facilities, as well as the overall loss in channel width. The EIR-EIS also notes that 8 barges are expected to access the area due to overall to traverse the Sacramento River each day during construction. The barges, along with the no-wake zones, will crowd the river and create dangerous conditions for recreation. The barges alone create significant wave action, rollers, making water skiing and waterboarding nearly impossible. The CEQA conclusion to mitigate these impacts is to eliminate boating activities during construction. Well, if construction is anticipated to take 15 years, as stated in the EIR-EIS, this will severely impact recreational uses in this area and, in turn, our marina. We have a small marina and have been lucky to have most of the same tenants for over the last 20 years. Our tenants and guests come to water ski and relax during the weekends and their vacations. The noise from the 24 hours a day of pile driving and truck traffic will create a monumental nuisance and severely restrict boating activities and the enjoyment of our tenants and of all boaters. It is unlikely they will want to vacation here with these conditions over the 15-year construction period. If our marina cannot attract visitors and rentals due to noise, traffic, and limited recreational opportunities, we will be forced to close. Due to the time constraints, I would like to add briefly that the modeling and other reports suggest a 1 to 3 foot drop in water levels, and we anticipate will mean less water flows, which will also result in flood tides and ultimately degrade water quality. In addition, the low flows will reduce scouring and increase sedimentation. During the drought,
Would you like to finish that one sentence, that one thought?
No, thank you very much, but I'll submit a report.
Very much. Thank you. Mr. Pappalardo.
Next, we have his daughter, Emily Pappalardo.
Hello, Water Board members, and thank you for this opportunity. I grew up right on Steamboat Slough. I currently work in Walnut Grove for a levee engineering firm, and I got my master's degree from UC Davis in civil engineering, specializing in water resources because I am passionate about the Delta and water. Today, I'm here asking you to deny the petition for change in point of diversion of the WaterFix. Given the WaterFix EIR, EIS, and Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update remain unfinished, this hearing process is premature. Your job is to evaluate the petition to determine if it will have deleterious impacts to downstream water right holders and water quality. How can injury be determined when only a portion of the impacts are identified in the EIR and EIS? What is your baseline to determine the injury if you do not have a current water quality plan by which to measure potential impacts? Furthermore, it is hard to determine impacts when the project is presented at such a programmatic level. All we truly know is what we've experienced. We know the exports have changed the system, and not for the better. By placing a potential diversion of 9,000 CFS north of the Delta, you are gambling with a precious resource to the state. The Delta. The Delta is as unique a place as it is an ecosystem, and it all depends on an ample water supply. It is hard to believe that water taken out before it reaches the Delta will have negligible or even mitigatable impacts on Bay Delta water quality and sensitive aquatic species downstream. The drought highlighted the severity of stretching this resource too thin. This project will not guarantee a reliable water supply. In a drought, if appropriate operational standards are adhered to, it won't even be used. As history has shown, we are guaranteed to have many more prolonged droughts. Do you consider that reliable? Is it worth the investment? Understandably, the right operational standards could protect users downstream, but who would stop those from being changed or violated once the intakes are in place? The D1641 water quality standards were violated during the past drought. Were there any consequences? It is your duty to make a decision that protects the current water right system and current water right holders. Please make the right one for the whole state and deny the petition. Let's all work for a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Papalardo.
Our next speaker is Steve Herringer.
Chair and board members, I appreciate the time you have allocated to hear our concerns. I am Stephen F. Herringer, fifth of 6 generations to farm Clarksburg and Upper Delta soils. We have farmed sustainably for almost 150 years and grown literally dozens of different crops across the decades. We have always been very judicious in the use of the land and the resources with a clear vision to always leave the greater California Delta in better condition for future generations. Our farming operation has been certified and audited sustainable by Sure Harvest annually for the past decade. We converted to drip irrigation 2 decades ago, long before it was mandated by drought conditions or paid for by NRCS grants. We have been outspoken in our opposition to the California WaterFix, as it is quite clear that the degradation of the Delta environment and ecosystem has been exacerbated by the export of millions of acre-feet of water annually. It has also been proven by the historical activities that Metropolitan Water and the Central Valley will stop at nothing to gain the water that they need for residential, commercial, and agricultural development in their regions. Claims that the current proposal will improve the Delta ecosystem are a pipe dream and a huge fabrication of the truth that unfortunately will be totally and clearly not proven for a decade or two should the tunnels be built. The Delta has much to lose in this proposition. It will invite saltwater intrusion into the upper Delta and permanently harm Delta communities whose economic base is built upon serving agriculture. The saltwater will leave tens of thousands of prime California farm ground acres poisoned. All of our irrigation and drainage infrastructure developed over the last 100 years is based on certain river flow elevation levels, which will be negated by the export of water upriver, thereby putting our pumps and siphons out of commission. To presume this ill-conceived plan will bring the several species of fish driven to near extinction back from the precipice is ludicrous. To destroy the Delta's estuary for the benefit of other California regions is not a political decision that our state should be making. We are deeply appreciative to those of you on the state board and in the state agencies who are protective of the beautiful California Delta and its ecosystem. The oversight you have asserted during this process to properly shed the light of day on the tunnels projects, its cost-benefit ratios, and the fact that it creates not 1 ounce of new water leaves California taxpayers and Delta residents deeply indebted to you for your service. Several other plans which are much less costly and much less destructive of the Delta have been totally ignored by the rush of Metropolitan and the Central Valley contractors to push the Delta Tunnels plan. We urge you to stay diligent and resolute in your efforts to protect the Delta's unique estuary for the sustainable benefits of all Californians and to help ensure that the next and all future generations of Delta farm families can stay productive on their land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herringer. Next.
Next speaker is Amanda Beck from the Friends of the Clarksburg Library.
Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it. I'm here on behalf, my name is Amanda Beck. I'm here on behalf of the Friends of the Clarksburg Library. I appreciate the opportunity to submit our policy statement on the joint petition by the State Water Resources Control Board and the Department of Water Resources and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation for change in water rights. FOCL is, Friends of Clarksburg Library, is a nonprofit organization that helped make it possible for Yolo County to have a branch library in Clarksburg because they provide and maintain the building which houses the library. The Clarksburg Library is a critical part of our community. It provides a place for learning, enrichment, civic involvement. It's a place where local residents go to access information about county activities and programs. In addition, it's the only library for the 3 local schools in the area. Students from Delta Elementary Charter School walk from their school library walk from their school to the library weekly to participate in programs and utilize the library services. The draft of the EIR-EIS states the following in Impact GO5. Pile driving and other heavy equipment operations could cause vibrations that could initiate liquefaction and associated ground movements in places where soil and groundwater conditions are present to allow liquefaction to occur. The consequences of liquefaction could be manifested in terms of compaction, loss of bearing capacity, lateral spreading, increased lateral soil pressure, buoyancy within zones of liquefaction. And these consequences could cause the loss of property, personal injury, and could damage nearby structures and levees. The library is a really old building. All of our buildings are really old. Vibration caused by that construction will impact us, impact the building. We're concerned while there's clearly identified impact in the environmental document prepared for the project, there's no mitigation or plan described to protect and repair buildings that are impacted by the project. Merely following engineering practices to minimize the potential for this to happen is not acceptable. Friends of Clarksburg Library is a nonprofit that would not have the funding to repair major damage to the building caused by the project. This could result in the loss of the library for the town and its schools. I have a number of other items in my written policy statement, which I'll submit. I just want to say this, Friends of the Clarksburg Library would request that this petition be denied. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Beck.
Next speaker is Jane Dickerson.
Hi, my name is Jane Dixon. I'm a retired college instructor and retired forensic document examiner, and I currently live in Walnut Grove with my husband, and we also farm 45 acres of pears on a long-standing 100-year-old pear orchard that goes back to the 1800s. I'm talking about environmental justice. Environmental justice is a strong concern with this water project and constitutes a strong violation of Environmental Justice Executive Order 12898. One of the executive orders put forth by President Clinton in February of 1994 and reinstated by President Obama, it was all about making sure environmental racism was ended. This was in response to the claim that the underserved and the minority rights were violated when environmental decisions were made detrimental to those minorities living in that area, in that neighborhood or county. And here we go. It is the 22nd anniversary of this order, and President Obama says that he will uphold this order. Okay, and that includes the Delta. The following are why the tunnels are a violation of environmental justice. There will be increases in lung and related breathing elements, such as asthma for vulnerable populations, due to increased air pollution related to generators needed to run dewatering pumps paced every 50 to 75 feet, removing groundwater 24/7 around the perimeter of all construction sites during the 14-year construction period. These populations are our neighbors, the farm workers, among others, many others, who wear masks on the farms when working. What will they be wearing for the next 14 years? Removal of up to 15,000 cubic feet per second from the Sacramento River, 6,000 CFS at the Fremont Weir, and 9,000 CFS at the 3 new WaterFix intakes in North Delta. These could all increase the frequency and will increase the duration of blue-green algae bloom in the Delta waterways, which would result in people who rely on fishing in the Delta, many of whom are our underserved and minorities, as a food source, being unable to eat fish they catch. These are our neighbors we house. Many of us house them on their farms and ranches, help develop their communities, make them a part of their families, and make sure they are kept safe while working on the farms and ranches. You present an environmental justice violation to them and to their food source. Also, there's a conversion, permanent, and temporary of approximately 5,500 acres of important farmland associated with the construction of water conveyance facilities and borough spoils and much storage areas will preclude future agriculture, resulting in these job losses for them. Also, in conclusion, pollutants, selenium, and methylmercury that are expected due to less delta outflow will cause serious health risks for this large population. And also just remember that this puts our low income and farm workers into what environmental injustice is all about. And all of the above health risks are for everyone who lives in the Delta, those who provide their jobs and the community.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hodge.
Good morning, dear Chairman and members of the State Water Resources Control Board. I'm speaking here against the Bay Delta WaterFix. Several alternatives to assisting with water conveyance and habitat conservation have been put forward by many different groups and people. The Restore the Delta Group and many other concerned citizens such as Dr. Pike have offered to work with any and every agency to come up with a plan that makes sense for the Delta, the people of the state, and those businesses and people needing water in the Central Valley and southern part of the state. Yet the governor, certain water contractors, and the Department of Water Resources continues to ignore these alternatives. The governor wants to leave a legacy, but I don't think this expensive debacle is really what California needs or the legacy the governor wants to leave. Water contractors have spent $250 million on preparing documents and selling the Bay Delta WaterFix to each other and to people in other parts of the state of California. And they really know nothing about the Delta. I want to reiterate some facts from the fact sheet published on June 30th, 2016. The California Natural Resources Agency put out a fact sheet extolling the virtues of the proposed California WaterFix. This document, like most of the claims made by tunnel proponents, plays fast and loose with the facts. Let's take a look at some of the claims made in this public relations effort. Claim: secure clean water supplies for 25 million Californians and 3 million acres of farmland. The fact: in reality, 70% of the water used from the Delta goes for large industrial agriculture in the southwestern San Joaquin Valley that contributes just 0.3% to the state's gross domestic product. Claim: improve the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta ecosystem. Fact: this claim ignores the scientific consensus in state law as outlined in the 2009 Delta Reform Act that less water must be exported from the Delta. In 2010, the State Water Resources Control Board agreed, finding the Delta can safely share 2.5 to 3.5 million acre-feet of water, not 4.9 million. Claim: an update to the California's aging water delivery system and part of the state's overall water management portfolio includes conservation, groundwater management, recycling, ecosystem protection, and more. Fact: tunnel opponents support conservation, groundwater management, recycling, ecosystem protection projects, and don't want a $15+ million wasted on a tunnels project that does none of those things. The Delta Tunnels is an expensive boondoggle conceived in the 60s and rejected by voters in 1982. It depends on continuing to deliver serious snowpack from Northern California to farms in the southern San Joaquin Valley, even though climate scientists have warned us not to do that. And I would urge you to pay attention to Congressman Garamendi's plan, which is very comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mike Hodge.
Our next speaker is Mrs. Barbara Damian.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Damian. I'm a Delta resident and a registered nurse, now retired. I'm very concerned about potential public health threats resulting from the construction and operation of the WaterFix. According to the EIR, these potential public health threats are pathogens, mosquito-borne diseases, electromagnetic fields, and microcystis, aeruginoso, a type of naturally occurring cyanobacteria commonly known as blue-green algae. My focus will be on the last threat mentioned, blue-green algae. I'm going to tell you all about this dangerous organism. Microcystis can quickly multiply into a harmful bloom when conditions including light, temperature, nutrient levels, and lack of turbulence are optimal, and more often in the warmer months. This organism produces toxins which cause rashes, skin and eye irritation, allergic reactions, gastrointestinal upset, and serious illness or death at high levels of exposure, affecting humans and animals. Children are especially vulnerable due to their small body weight. Exposure can occur by ingestion, skin contact, and inhalation. I will quote the EIR, which speaks for itself. Quote, water conveyance facilities operation activities could change hydraulic times and increase water temperatures, which could cause an increase in the frequency, magnitude, and geographic extent of microcystic blooms. This could result in negative effects on drinking water and recreational waters, which would represent a potential public health concern, unquote. And in addition, quote, it is possible that increases in microcystis blooms would occur due to the operations and maintenance of the water conveyance facilities and the hydrodynamic impacts or restoration. Therefore, this impact could be significant, unquote. The EIR states that the effectiveness of mitigation measures is uncertain. Therefore, impact would be significant and unavoidable. These potential impacts affecting humans, pets, livestock, and wildlife are unacceptable. It is imperative that every state agency and private entity involved with the planning and implementation of the WaterFix be aware of these risks to the public that toxic blue-green algae blooms pose, and that by the WaterFix's own admission, its construction and operation would encourage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Damian.
Thank you, Barbara. Our next speaker is Douglas Hassai.
Well, good morning, members of the Water Board. Well, my name is Douglas Shah, and I was a resident of Locke until the fire broke out on July the 3rd. Well, I'm against the California WaterFix. I'm the very survivor of the Locke fire, and the upstairs of my shop and the residence burned through the roof. It jolted me to realize how important it is to have a quick response time for the emergency vehicles. How vulnerable is our heritage and how fragile is our physical testimonial. We're going to have 5.4 million pound driving strikes, continuous rumbling of the heavy trucks. Will our 101-year-old poorly built structures withstand those impacts in Locke? They were poorly built because people who sought the opportunity to build them were constricted to limited means. Well, this limited means is the testimonial to our history. We have the responsibility to preserve them in the name of educating our future generation and preserving our heritage. Although my shop was burned, but I'm determined to rebuild. This is the place we can build on our legacy. This is the only and the last rural living Chinatown in the country. Please let us keep this piece of history. There's far more historical contribution from the Chinese workers than what we have to show for. Please give us a chance to exist. And please don't throw away our past and present in the name of creating an unknown, even a white elephant. Vote no on anything that would destroy the Delta's economic contribution. Vote no on anything that would destroy Locke's existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shah.
Our next speaker is Connie DeMars.
Good morning, everyone.
My name is Connie DeMars, and I am a Delta resident. Never in the history of California has there been a project of this scale where all the negative impacts fall on one region, the Delta, and that region receives no benefits. This is like Godzilla storming into the Delta. Those of us who live in the North Delta at ground zero are extremely concerned about the impacts that these 3 water diversions will cause to our communities. The last EIR shows 50 significant and unavoidable adverse impacts. I am including them as an attachment to my letter. The quaint historic legacy towns of Clarksburg, Hood, and Cortland are hardest hit in terms of being at risk regarding their health and safety and inability to continue to farm in the area. Dressing it up as a fix might sell in Southern California, but people in the Delta have no illusions about what it means for us. It means destruction to our farms, our economy, our communities, and the beautiful estuary that sustains us. Construction is supposed to happen 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with 5,400,000 piling strikes per each intake, plus heavy equipment, muck ponds, constant heavy traffic on our levees, and our wells dewatered. They say it will take 4.5 years to build the intake closest to my home in Cortland. We are only a mile away on Lambert Road from the 3rd intake. I don't see how it will be possible to live in my home during construction, let alone breathe the air from all the pollution. Above all, we should be taking into account the wildlife species that I view daily driving along Lambert Road. To list a few, I see beavers, otters, turtles, egrets, hawks, owls, and red-winged blackbirds, and sandhill cranes. They too will be displaced, which makes no sense. I guess as the WaterFix proponents would say, it is just an unavoidable impact. The WaterFix needs to stop representing that they are protecting and enhancing the ecosystem when they are destroying it. I know my neighbor was told by a DWR representative recently that we in the Delta did not get it and should understand there are going to be winners and losers in this process. This project is too big and too destructive. It should not be allowed to move forward. If you decide to approve these permits, at least require them to reduce the number of significant and unavoidable adverse impacts so that we can continue to live in our homes. Thank you for your consideration of my policy statement.
Thank you, Ms. DeMars. Ms. Renson, after the next speaker, we'll need to take a break for the court reporter.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Deborah Hamilton from Sacramento.
I am Deborah Hamilton with the Primary Water Institute. I am aware of an effective and efficient alternative that would help solve California's water problems and avoid the expensive and unwieldy process of building antiquated water diversion systems, including tunnels in the North Delta. This supports the board's rejection of the permits requested by DWR for the California WaterFix, as they are unnecessary in lieu of this far superior, new and clean water option for California. There is a source of fresh water that is never mentioned in the mainstream media or widely understood by geologists. This forgotten resource is called primary water. Most water conservation agencies today focus on managing atmospheric water in the form of surface runoff and groundwater, while negligible consideration is given to primary water. Pressuring up from deep within the earth through rock fissures, primary water is virtually limitless and clean. According to recent research, water within the earth exceeds 5 times the amount of water in the world's oceans. The practice of accessing primary water has been around for centuries. What enlightened scientists working at well-known universities today are finding out is that all water is created in the mantle of the earth and is available in limitless quantities worldwide. Drilling for primary water looks similar to drilling for groundwater. The main difference is accessing primary water is that it requires drilling into a geologic fissure or fault to release the primary water that has risen near the surface. Locating well sites to find primary water requires special training and experience. There are countless primary water wells that have been functioning for decades all over California and around the world. Some primary water disadvantages, advantages include provides excellent quality, clean, unspoiled, replenishable water, is fresh and not subject to pollution or surface radiation, is created under pressure so that it comes from near the surface by itself, incurring less pumping costs, never dries up. Unlike groundwater, it's not subject to the effects of drought, does not cause subsidence like some groundwater wells, can create localized water supplies that is available where it is needed and when it is needed. Inexpensive horizontal drilling rigs can be used to benefit fish and wildlife by refilling dried up streams and lakes. Primary water was used to refill Lake Elsinore, which went dry in the 1950s. Some history of primary water. In the 1960s, the late Stephen Reese, a geologist and mining engineer, introduced the California government to the concept of primary water. He proposed a water delivery plan which included drilling 8,000 primary water wells along the foothills of the western slope of the Sierra Nevada mountains. The state government at the time was geared toward managing only atmospheric water, so the Reese proposal was ignored and the California aqueduct was built instead. 30 more seconds?
Please finish up, and we would love to have that in writing as well.
Wonderful. Had Reese's plan been endorsed, the output of these primary water wells at a conservative average of 270 gallons per minute would be producing more than 3,100,000,000 gallons of water per day. By accessing primary water, it is unnecessary to use massive public works transport systems because water can be localized to meet the water needs of individual communities. DWR needs to explore and research primary water as a viable option, and the Water Board needs to deny the DWR proposed water diversion intakes in the North Delta.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
With that, we will take a break until 10:30 on that clock right there. Thank you. right, if you could please take your seats. Ms. Swenson, do you have your next speaker?
Okay. Our next speaker is Karen Zender.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Karen Zender.
Sender.
Yes.
Good morning, Ms. Sender.
Good morning. I'm Karen Zender. I'm a property owner in Cortland, a resident in Cortland, and a business owner in the Delta. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to talk about is the microcystis blooms in the Delta, and one of the permanent impacts of the diversion will likely be an increase in toxic blue-green algae. The recirculated draft EIR and EIS says as much. It is possible that increases in the frequency, magnitude, and geographic extent of microcystis blooms in the Delta would occur relative to existing conditions. The document then lists this adverse impact as significant and unavoidable. Blue-green algae is a health hazard to people and animals by diverting the water at the head of the Delta and showing the flow of water. This project creates a permanent drought in the Delta and the potential for a deadly situation. This is not theoretical. In October of 2015, a dog died from blue-green algae poisoning at a Sacramento City beach. The Sacramento Bee ran the following article. Blue-green algae, known as cyanobacteria, is naturally found in fresh and marine water, but its presence becomes a health problem when large quantities collect and when they're seen as a bloom or a surface scum. Ingesting water with the algae can expose pets and humans to symptoms, including eye irritation, gastrointestinal distress, muscle tremors, and breathing difficulty. In large quantities, the toxins can also cause neurological or liver damage and lead to death. Reactions can occur anywhere from a few hours to days after exposure. Depending on the dose, exposure can trigger very rapid mortality, says Robert Popenga, a veterinary toxicologist at UC Davis. We've had cases where dogs have gone in the water and come out and within 30 minutes develop classical signs and die, Popenga said. Often people take them to the veterinarian, but the dog is dead at the time of presentation. I'm extremely concerned about this health threat. Tens of thousands of people use Delta waterways to swim and water ski in the summer, including many children. It seems to me very unwise to knowingly create a situation that can sicken people or even kill them. If they are going to divert water, they must ensure that public health is not compromised. Unavoidable is unacceptable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Zender.
Our next presenter is Steve Hayes.
Good morning, Mr. Hayes.
Morning. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to speak here today. Again, I'm Steve Hayes. I'm actually down in the San Joaquin Valley in an old logging town, Albury. For the last 15 years, I've been involved with the state of California as relates to the challenges associated with water resources through California Water Plan Update, the CalFed Bay Delta program, which doesn't exist anymore, and more recently, the Integrated Regional Water Management Program. So I have a lot of experience professionally as relates to these great challenges facing the state of California, and our watersheds throughout the state are being greatly impacted due to extended drought and fires. However, the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta is the most important watershed for the state of California on a multi-regional basis. Under California Water Code 85054, it specifically states that there are two co-equal objectives or goals. and that is water reliability, and the other is to assure that the Delta will not be further impaired. I had the opportunity down in Fresno to speak as related to environmental impact study, and at that time it was apparent that there was only 9, I believe it was 9 options. All of them dealt with tunnel or 1 or 2 surface conveyance on the eastern side. What we are proposing is to look at other options. So rather than proceed as it relates to the water right change petition and the billions of dollars to be invested, to look at other options at this point in time, because any decision that you make today could literally be in perpetuity. And there's historic indications of mega droughts in the past and a lot of effort that was undertaken today in a state of 40 million people with a finite resource that we have to be looking at much more cost-effective and efficient means to address our water needs. So I would like to leave you with this thought. Again, if you proceed to go forward with the petition, you may have left other options on the table. And then when we look back, whether it was Mono Lake, Owens Valley, then we'll have to redress it. And the costs incurred will be much greater. So the citizens and the taxpayers of the state of California are looking towards you that when you do make that decision, that you are looking at the long-term effects and there may be unintended consequences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
Our next presenter is Mr. Bill Wells.
Madam Chair, board members, thank you very much. My name is Bill Wells. I'm with the California Delta Chambers and Visitors Bureau. The California Delta is a national treasure and the largest estuary on the west coast of the Americas since the Colorado River Delta was destroyed by excessive water exports. We strongly oppose creating new diversion points on the Sacramento River known as the California WaterFix. In human history, there's never been a diversion of this scale that has not destroyed the parent waterway. Examples abound in California: Tulare Lake, Buena Vista Lake, Owens Dry Lake, and Mono Lake, to name a few. The Colorado River was once navigable to Yuma and beyond. Now, after decades of water exports, the Colorado Delta is a desert filled with invasive plant life and brackish water. We've asked the Department of Water Resources numerous times to provide a few examples where a plan like this has worked, and they have never answered because there are no examples. The above are the obvious problems. There are many more problems and concerns, and we see no benefit to any business, resident, or visitors to the region. Construction will take some 10 years or more, with thousands of tons of diesel exhaust and soot blanketing the area. The noise will be very disruptive to residents with construction going on day and night. Residents and visitors will be competing with project trucks on narrow Delta roadways. Traffic jams will be endemic, along with the potential for more traffic accidents. The only groups that will benefit from this mother of all boondoggles will be the contractors working on the plan and the water exporters that have developed a dependency on Delta water. We urge a complete stop to the project until other more practical alternatives are considered. The existing infrastructure does not work well, not for the ecosystem and not for the people. This will make it worse. In addition to wiping out farmers, fishermen, business owners, and Delta residents, as well as an entire ecosystem, we'll be leaving a horrendous debt on our children and grandchildren. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Our next speaker is Susan Womack.
Thank you for having this hearing. Again, I'm Suzanne Womack, and I'm speaking right now as an individual who grew up in the Delta. Before I start that, the whole point of the WaterFix is to fix our huge water problem in California. For the past 55 years at Clifton Court, I've experienced the huge problems caused by the pumping of 15,000 cubic feet per second by the SWP and the CVP. I say that we are the canary in the water project. I still remember when the Clifton Court forebay was built. I was 8 years old. And the negative effects, our house did sink. Trucks went by day in, day out. We've had a lot of negative effects that have never been addressed, but that's for later. The main thing I wanted to bring up today is the twin tunnels will not stop the pumping at the Clifton Court forebay. That will still continue. In fact, I read somewhere that it'll continue whenever it's cheapest, power cheapest. So it's nice that we'll get a deal somewhere, but they're going to continue pumping at Clifton Court forebay. Furthermore, the SWP and CVP will continue to pump the water south through the leaky canals, where much of the water is lost to evaporation or leaks. If Met Water and the state truly want a water fix that preserves water, why don't they start with fixing the hundreds of miles of leaky canals south of the pumps first, and then submit the entire SWP and CVP, the whole project, whatever we want to call it, to an EIR, EIS. Please don't allow the WaterFix to pretend to fix a real water problem that we have in the state of California. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Womack.
Our next speaker is Patrick Hammer.
I want to address the false narrative that if we don't build the tunnels, the only alternative is no action, and the delta will continue to collapse. It was even discussed in a Sacramento Bee editorial from the editorial board in July 2015, where they said, if the tunnel proposal falters, the delta will continue to be troubled. Shame on them. Many alternatives have been proposed, including Western Delta diversion recommended by former Delta Master, Water Master Craig Wilson. Local supplies are what California needs to develop and what cities are actually developing. So herein lies the elephant in the room. We, the public, we all see it, but of course, when corruption and money are the basis, selective blindness, selective enforcement of precedents create civil and human right abuse under the U.S. Constitution, which I will explain. However, those who will capitalize on our community's theft of water resources, of course, will still pretend rights are not an issue. In 2008, according to common knowledge and Wikipedia, and I quote, the California Water Resources Control Board denied water rights for the Auburn Dam project in 2008 due to lack of implementation. The historical record shows that local supplies are banned by the Water Resources Board based upon failure to provide assurances to the soundness of endangering society with a dam subjected to geological unsoundness of California's massive fault lines throughout the state. Furthermore, it is not cogent to suggest that Southern California can claim Northern California water resources commodity, which is maintained by our local taxes. This water is our protected property under the U.S. Constitution and not to be deprived without due process in line with the 14th Amendment equal protection. If the Water Resources Board will not allow us to enhance our water supply, with what logic do you use to allow Southern California to violate the precedents you have already established in the line with the U.S. Supreme Court law Inquist versus Oregon 2008 United States, which states there would be a valid claim under equal protection clause because it alleged that this person, Inquist, had intentionally was treated differently from others similarly situated, and there is no rational basis for the difference in treatment. A basis for the appellate court reversal is that an act fails to comply with Aristotelian logic drilled into the minds of law professionals, with such strong precedents not to allow local communities to enhance their own water supplies through similarly situated public work endeavors, yet on the other hand, to allow theft of property without due process while arbitrarily ignoring state and U.S. Supreme Court precedents is an abuse of power under 18 U.S.C. 241, 242. Building this tunnel based upon existing record is no intentional to violate property rights in Northern California. We would also find that the Water Resources Board restricted LA from building dams in LA, yet the still water using power is totalitarian at best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer. If you would like to submit those written comments as well.
We're going to upload all of the ones from
Oh,
today
perfect.
so that they'll be in a North Delta Cares folder so that you'll be able to.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Our next speaker is Jeff Van Lobensells.
Good morning. Thank you for your time to listen to our concerns. My name is Jeff Van Lobensells. I'm speaking on behalf of Russell Van Lobensells, a fourth-generation farmer in the Cortland area who is not able to be here today. With your permission, and if there's time, I'd like to read a second statement from an investor in San Mateo with family ties in the Delta. So first, I'll be speaking on behalf of Russell. Okay, to the California State Water Resources Control Board, I am writing in opposition to the requested permit to divert up to 9,000 cubic feet of water per second from the Northern Delta as part of the state and federal water projects. Construction of the proposed new additional diversion points will devastate the Delta and will turn the North Delta into an industrialized war zone. Negative impacts will include noise, air pollution, excessive truck traffic, and levee damage, or road and levee damage, dewatering of local wells, pollution related to 31 million cubic yards of tunnel muck, conversion of agricultural land to industrial uses, and damage to reclamation districts and other agricultural infrastructure. However, the most devastating effect of the new diversion sites will be to degrade water quality in many areas in the Delta. Currently, water quality standards are regularly violated in the South Delta because of inadequate flow from the San Joaquin River. The new proposed points of diversion will result in the reduction of flow downstream of the diversion points, even if outflow from the Delta meets the requirements of D1641. Flow between the new diversion points and the point of outflow measurement will be reduced, resulting in saltwater intrusion and concentration of contaminants. Water rights holders downstream of the proposed points of diversion will be harmed by poor quality water and lower river levels, which could make pumps inoperable. Agricultural lands will be damaged, critical habitat will be degraded, and ecosystems will be destroyed. Now, this proposal does not conform to the Delta Reforms Act requirement of reducing reliance on the Delta and advancing the co-equal goals in a manner that protects and enhances the Delta's resources, including agriculture. The Delta Reform Act 29702 states, the co-equal goals shall be achieved in a manner that protects and enhances the Delta's cultural, recreational, natural resources and agriculture as an evolving place. This proposal advances only one of the co-equal goals at the expense of the others and the unique cultural, recreational, and natural resources, including Delta agriculture. I urge you to remember Owens Valley, Mono Lake, and the San Joaquin River and reject the permit application. Sincerely, Russell E. Van Lobensells. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you wish to read the second statement? Since you are reading a second statement representing a second person, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a statement written by Bradley Murray in San Mateo, California, an investor in the Bay Area. To the California State Water Resource Control Board, I am writing to oppose the requested permit to divert water from the Northern Delta as part of the state and federal water projects. While the environmental effects of the water diversion project are well documented and incredibly alarming, as a businessman, I am perhaps even more disturbed about the economic implications of the project. Already, over $250 million has been spent in doing research for the project, which has not even been completed. It is estimated that it will take $1.25 billion to finish the plans for the project and at least $15 billion to complete the project. The millions and billions of dollars that will be required to complete the water diversion project is a huge amount of money to spend on a project which has marginal benefits, at the very best, to a very small group of individuals. But it will destroy the entire Delta ecosystem and economic system. As an investor, I would never allocate such a large amount of capital to a project with so many risks and so little return. Instead of partaking in such an enormous project to divert water, the state can much more effectively invest the same amount of money, if not less, in more conservative, higher return projects and not waste taxpayer money. For example, instead of building tunnels that will actually provide less water to Southern California, the money could be used for water recycling, conservation, desalination, groundwater cleanup, and repairing existing leaky infrastructure. Creating a portfolio of solutions to the water dilemmas of California will be a great and beneficial undertaking for our current state of affairs and for generations to come. I urge you to consider the economic implications of the water diversion project and reject the permit application. Sincerely, Brad Murray.
Thank you, and
very
thank you to Mr. Murray as well.
Our next speaker is Jim Jorgensen, and he has a ranch in Merced.
My name is Jim Jorgensen. I represent the Jorgensen Ranch, the 300-acre ranch in Gustine, California, Merced County. My father was the first Caucasian born on the Mexican land grant, San Luis de Gonzaga, which is now at the bottom of the San Luis Reservoir, which, speaks to my dad and his background in agriculture. We continue to be very concerned about this massive project, which will not help us with any water in Gustine or from the Delta Mendota Canal. And they're going to spend nearly $15 billion for a project that is iffy at best. This tunnel project will also grab and take hundreds of acres of land from my father's friends who live in Cortland and Clarksburg. Those are family-owned ranches, farms, vineyards, pear orchards, etc., just like my dad's developed our ranch in Gustine. We're also concerned, my dad was a hunter, and I'm a hunter. And I served 2 years in the Peace Corps in Kenya, East Africa. I'm concerned about wildlife. And this project could do very much damage to wildlife, birds, fish, many endangered species that habitat the Sacramento River along in the Delta. This is an ill-conceived project, and I request you stop it, you cancel it, and come up with some better options. We really need water storage in California. That's what we need. And we have done nothing since Folsom Dam, Shasta Dam, Oroville Dam, and then finally San Luis Dam. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen.
Our next speaker is Joseph Rizzi.
I have a presentation or a paper he's bringing up. Thank you. Fish screens can and should be installed to keep the fish in Old River and out of Clifton Court 4 Bay. And the Central Valley Project intake channels need to be connected only to Clifton Court 4 Bay. That way we could retire both the Tracy and the Skinner facilities and permanently close them, which actually will increase or give us money, if you wish, or make the project less expensive. The DWR has stated that the Clifton Court 4 Bay cannot be have a fish screen on it. That is absolutely false. And on my presentation here, we can add what I call up screens, which is instead of the fish screens being, if your channel is here and you're trying to push the water, there's the blue picture there. You see the water coming in at the fish screens. You don't want that to happen. If you put the fish screens that are floating or on piers, and then you have the screens go across, then you have the water going underneath and then coming up. Well, by having the water coming up, it's easy to clean because all you do is you push some water down. Have sprayers, real easy. There's right next to there is the Clifton Court 4 Bay. If you put the up screens at that point there, with the screens that are 1/3 the size of what is required by the Fish and Game people. 1/3 smaller. So that means it's a better feature. You can decrease the flows by half of what they require. That makes it even slower. That means you're going to kill any or less fish than you would ever have. You never kill any fish. And if you do the operation where you have 11 hours on, 1 hour off, that's water going into the Clifton Court forebay, not pumping. Then you're going to allow the fish and everybody to go down in the right direction. Now, if you go to the next screen, this is a little bit more expensive, but it's actually, this is where you really have a real hard time saying that there cannot be fish screens. That's almost 1.5 miles long there. What are the fish screens that they're actually proposing now? They're not doing the best fish screens that they could, and they should be doing much better. That would give you 4.5 million square feet of fish screens. That would slow the flow of water from the required 0.2 CFS to down to 0.005 CFS. That's extremely slow. They can and they should. This should be their very first project that they should be doing is fixing Clifton Court forebay. The next one is if you go down to the bottom of that screen, you will see that what they really should be doing is stopping the saltwater at Benicia, because that is the biggest problem in the bay. Is first you put in a shipping lock system. If that doesn't take off enough of your salt water from intruding, you add louvers, just like a dryer vent, that naturally go open when the water
Thank you very
flows
much.
out. And then,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Michael Jackson.
I'm looking forward to starting on Friday, and I will be representing clients. I'm here today for myself. In the 30 years I've been trying to understand the Delta, it has been a pleasure to get to know many, many members of board staff and the board members. You have an opportunity here to actually begin to affect California for the next 100 years. First of all, the Delta as a place has been described by the Delta Reform Act as an estuary of hemispheric importance. And it's true. It includes all the wildlife and the fish that you'll hear about in Part 2. And it includes the best farmland in California that you're going to hear about in Part 1. The problem with the place is that it only has so much to give. And the old project and the way it's operated has been the problem. If you look at any one piece of history in writing, it should be Bulletin 76, written in 1960, to describe what the State Water Project was supposed to do. In that, you will find that the project was underbuilt. The problem is expressed in Bulletin 76 that by 1991, with only Oroville, the Clifton Court forebay operation, Tracy, and San Luis, by 1981, there would be only water for 3 million acre-feet of diversion. The solution to that, since the state went ahead and signed contracts for 8 million acre-feet, was to develop the North Coast rivers. When they came out, what began to happen is they tried to make it up from the Delta channels, in the face of everything the engineers knew when they built the project. It didn't work. It's been a slow collapse ever since. I would point out that the State Water Board has dealt with this problem before in miniature. and it is Mono Lake. And it was the state board's finest hour in the 30 years that I've been coming to these meetings. It established a process, and it established the idea of you replace imported water by increasing conservation and water sources in the local areas. The main problem you're going to have today is that the Delta Reform Act requires you to reduce reliance on the Delta as a water source. The proposed project increases reliance on the Delta. Thank you for the opportunity to give you my own opinions, and please don't hold it against any clients in terms of the extra time.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you,
We
Ms.
will note that.
Our next speaker is Nikki Seward of Snug Harbor on Ryer Island. Hi, my name is Nikki Seward, and I'm speaking today as an individual and lifetime boater in California. That's B for boating, not V for voting. I've been told before that that's confused. I am going to be submitting a map that I hope will be part of all the policy statements. I'm going to show an example of one of them. This is a recreation map of the whole Delta. I'm talking here right now about more North Delta impact. So as I said, I have been boating in California my whole life. I actually came up to the Delta in the early 1970s. As a teenager, I was in Sea Scouts and really got to know the Delta, especially the North Delta. For any of you that don't boat, you maybe don't realize how important it is. There's 500,000 people who live in the Delta, legal Delta region, many of which own boats. There are 14 million boating and fishing days a year, and these tunnels will impact so severely all of that. Despite what any documents say, the reality is if there is traffic and smells and vibrations and hindrances, not just for the boats, but for people dragging their boat trailers and RVs trying to get to all the recreation places in the Delta, it will destroy recreation, at least in the North Delta. The current plans do. Sorry, I'm at that stage where I have to take on and off the glasses. What I wanted to say is, who is going to want to visit historic places like the North Delta towns? Who's going to want to come to the farm stands that are wonderful to go get the fresh produce? Who's going to go to the marinas? Who's going to go to the 300 restaurants that you can boat to around the Delta, about 35 of which are right around this area? Well, actually, sorry, North Delta, a little bit south of Sacramento. All that will get stopped. And for that temporary 10 years, that is ridiculous to think any of those businesses can survive. And if tunnels are built, taking too much water out of the Sacramento River creates a permanent destruction of all that wonderful recreation that is the Delta, the boating, the fishing, the bird watching, the RVing, all of that gets destroyed by this plan. There are alternatives. People have been talking about the alternatives. I encourage you to please say no to what's being proposed and encourage the decision makers to go back and listen to other alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seward. I'm going to give you my Fitbit so you can add steps on it for me.
I know, and I'm not carrying around my phone, so my S-Health isn't even like recording it. Our next speaker is Catherine Sweeney.
Oh, thank you for listening. Mr. Jackson was so astute and on point that I'd like his speech to be the beginning of what I have to say. And that cuts out some that you won't have to listen to. This project comes with very slick marketing. There's a video that explains how the humongous pumps devastated the Delta. And now we need to fix past mistakes with another humongous project.
This project was initially described as a conservation plan, but the EPA and others have clearly said it has nothing to do with conservation. It's time to stop now before we invest more money and cause more damage. Have uninterested scientists take a look at the Delta as the Delta and consider it separately from the water needs of the South. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sweeney. We've lost Ms. Swenson. Oh, here she comes.
From Congressman Garamendi's office, Andrew March is here to speak.
Mr. March.
Hearing officers and board members. My name is Andrew March. I'm here on behalf of Congressman Garamendi, a resident of the North Delta. So I have a letter from Congressman Garamendi that I will read to you today. So dear co-hearing officer Marcus and co-hearing officer Dodek, I am proud to represent the people of California's 3rd Congressional District, which includes thousands of households who live in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta region. My family also lives in the Delta, and we are deeply troubled by the proposed twin tunnels that are disingenuously called the California WaterFix. Since 1975, my wife and Patty raised our 6 children at our home in Walnut Grove in the heart of the Delta. At that home, we have also spent many days and nights watching our grandchildren grow up, and for several years, we helped care for our mother as she bravely spent her last years living with Alzheimer's disease. Along with our friends and neighbors, we depend on a healthy Delta to grow pears. Our pear orchard was planted 90 years ago, and we have been blessed to sell many successful lots over the years. We are also grateful for the recreation opportunities provided by the Delta, boating, fishing, birdwatching, and exploring nature. Combine these activities to sustain jobs for many of our neighbors. We are all a combination of nurture and nature, and the Delta has helped our children and grandchildren become people who love Mother Earth and understand the fragility of our threatened ecosystem. That's why I write to you today. My family and my constituents, the twin tunnels represent an existential threat to the health and vitality of the Delta. To build a plumbing system capable of exporting 15,000 cubic feet per second of water from the Delta south could effectively drain the Delta 6 months out of the year. With such a system in place, the Delta will be left vulnerable and underdefended in drought years, as well as well-financed interests in other parties of the state bully policymakers to allow the Delta to be ruined for short-term economic gains. The Twin Tunnels' $14 billion price tag will also drain our state of needed resources that could fund other vital priorities like water storage, recycling, conservation, and levee restoration. Unlike the Twin Tunnels, which simply extract water from one place at the behest of another, these investments create new water for the entire state. They are a package of infrastructure improvements almost everyone can get behind, and they make our state more resilient to fluctuations in both wet and dry years. I have proposed a comprehensive water solution based on these ideas, and others in the state have also proposed complementary plans. I urge you to consider these better options instead of the Twin Tunnels boondoggle. Let us not enact policies that will irreparably destroy the Delta and the many communities it sustains. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh, and thanks to the Congressman.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mark Wilson from Clarksburg.
I'm going to do my show and tell here. These are what you see before you are some, I'm Mark Wilson, Wilson Farms and Vineyards, Clarksburg. What you see before you are some well logs. I don't know how familiar you are with those. The one on the left here is pretty close to where the third intake is going down towards the Cortland end.
We have one ranch right across from the north intake. But the point of these well logs is you can see the shaded areas, which are different layers of water as you go down to the soil profile. And I want to talk about a subject that's really received little notice overall, and that's as a result of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, our groundwater resources have entered into the realm of public trust and environmental justice, and groundwater is now everybody's business. Whether we're talking about the implementation of the change in point of diversion or the whole WaterFix project, there will be an unmitigated and a permanent unmitigable consequence of the dewatering actions taking place during the construction process. It's much more than drying up or damaging individual domestic water wells. The dewatering process is going to cause permanent damage to groundwater quality, which is going to damage present and future users and uses of this resource. For hundreds of the dewatering wells that will have to be bored, the only feasible method from the cost and speed standpoint will be rotary well drills, not the more costly driven case-style well drilling method that is more protective of groundwater quality. The latter method isolates the individual water-bearing strata from each other. The rotary well boring method does not. The important point to understand is that every water-bearing strata is not of equal quality. Some strata have polluted or poor quality water, and some have high quality water, and other strata with gradations in between the two. The rotary boring method will cause a permanent mixing of these water-bearing strata and degrade our better and best quality water. There'll be multiple penetrations and perforations of the same water-bearing strata because the dewatering wells will not be very far apart. The best way I can describe this situation is a gang rape of our groundwater resources. What will be the power source of these dewatering pumps? Most likely diesel. Whatever the fuel source and means of delivery, there will be a massive amount of air pollution that will not only affect the agricultural areas. Our prevailing wind patterns will blow the pollution into our urban centers as well. I would equate this to the barbarians burning down the village after the rape orgy. How will the dewatering wells be abandoned? If they are rock-packed rotary wells, they really can't be cement-filled to isolate the different water-bearing strata. The water will still move through the rock packing. Anyway, I think it's a big issue, and you have my written statement. And thank you very much, and I'd urge you to not grant the point of diversion.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Our next speaker, very tall, is Debbie Elliott.
I'm going to make reference to the, I want to be sure you have it before I start speaking, supplemental information for petition for change in the point of diversion, because I'm going to reference page 2. Do you all have a copy of this? It's the actual permit application. But anyway, first, thank you for considering these policy statements from residents in the Delta area. I'm a fifth-generation farmer's daughter as well as a real estate agent since 1979, specializing in the Delta. My family's agricultural orchard operation is known as David J. Elliott & Sons and Stillwater Orchards, located in the North Delta outside of Cortland. Our orchards began in the 1850s when our ancestors decided to buy and reclaim land in the Delta instead of panning for gold. This Delta land was our gold, so our roots run deep, and we have never sold a piece of land. Our Rose Orchard Ranch is also intake number 3, north of Hood, which is a 205-acre orchard with cherries, pears, and apples. And that's the poster child on the B. You'll see that. It was yesterday and the day before. My father, David J. Elliott Jr., instilled in our family a love for the soil and land, plus a strong work ethic. I laid sprinkler pipe, picked and packed pears growing up. I remember riding around with my dad in the orchard when he suddenly jumped out of his army jeep. He held on to a pear blossom, and then he explained to me how and when it would become a pear. And then he put a clump of soil in my hand. And he said, "This is yours. Protect it. It's the most fertile soil in all of the world." I will always remember his words. Looking back, now I understand how he's teaching and preparing me at an early age that we are the stewards of this land. And I'm grateful he raised me to feel that responsibility of respecting and protecting it. So my message to you is his message to me. I pulled up the petition for the diversion permits, and I noticed the DWR states they are consistent with the co-equal goals. But I could not help but notice how they omitted a section of 29702. So I'll read it to you so it's in the record. The co-equal goals shall be achieved in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta as an all-evolving place. The two goals are more than just providing a reliable water supply for California and protecting, restoring the ecosystem. This representation or omission of important details feels like another blatant attempt to erase our rich heritage from the equation in that we don't count. This approach makes it easier for the tunnel advocates to build their support and claims. We as Delta residents have been told, as you will call, to shut up, but we never will. I also want to read from the 1992 Delta Protection Act, which states 29701, the legislature finds and declares that the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta is a natural resource of statewide, national, and international significance, containing irreplaceable resources, and it's the policy of the state to recognize, preserve, and protect those resources of the Delta for the use and enjoyment of current and future generations.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sherry Stanley.
Hello. My name is Sherry Stanley, and I have lived in the California Delta since 1980, currently on Grand Island in Walnut Grove. I absolutely love the Delta, and I don't think there's another place like it. And I have to say, we were very fortunate enough to have my late husband, Marty Stanley, who was third generation, born and raised, and renowned Delta artist. He captured the natural and wondrous beauty of our California Delta in his paintings. My fear is the destruction of this unique and awe-inspiring region by the so-called WaterFix. If the tunnels are permitted and approved, this Delta we know now will become history. My children are fourth generation Delta born and raised, and it would be a crime to have their children only know about their beloved Delta through history books and paintings. California is the land of innovation. We have Apple, Google, HP, Intel, and many more. These tunnels are the best we can do. Seriously, the Department of Water Resources needs to get on board with the 21st century and start leading on water issues. Why is the state so stuck on this dinosaur of a project? That's what we really would like to know. People don't want huge, expensive projects that degrade the environment. Younger people especially despise big projects that squander our natural and financial resources. Local resources are more sustainable and more reliable than long-distant resources. They are also much less expensive. In the energy sector, the combination of reducing demand and creating local and sustainable solutions has reduced the need to build expensive and polluting power plants. Ditto with water. Using less water doesn't mean going without. It just means being smarter about how you use it. New technologies for more efficient water use are coming online constantly, driven by demand. We don't need the tunnels. They will only alter and ruin the Delta ecosystem, farmland, communities, and recreation. We need to take politics, greed, and water grab out and let the water flow through the Delta the way nature intended. Please deny these permits. Be smart, logical, and start looking to the future of water in California instead of hanging on to the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Stanley.
Our next speaker is Mr. Tom Wallace.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Wallace.
My name is Tom Wallace. I'm a 52-year resident of Clarksburg. I'm a retired civil and geotechnical engineer, excuse me, who has practiced in the Northern California area for over 40 years. I am the geotechnical engineer of record for many of the high-rise buildings in Sacramento, including this one. And I've worked on projects throughout the Delta, including most of the TV transmitting towers in the Walnut Grove area. Geotechnical engineering involves a good deal of interpreting data using common sense. On that note, I would like to comment on the tunnel proposal from the standpoint of an overview. I have not been involved in the detailed discussions and will offer you my opinion based only on common sense as I see the situation. The disruption to all of the river communities in the area during the extended construction period will essentially obliterate them. Home values will be worthless, water wells will be destroyed, and noise, vibrations, and 24-hour construction traffic will make the communities unlivable. Some of the richest agricultural land in the United States will be destroyed by saltwater intrusion. Our fragile delta and the fish and wildlife dependent upon it will be compromised. Other alternatives are available and should be pursued. It seems that the bureaucratic steamroller has such a head start that no one cares to look at cheaper, better, and less destructive ways of proceeding. What about the Delta Tulare water plan? Every time desalination is mentioned, it is said to be too expensive. Of course it is. Every new technology starts out too expensive and gets less expensive and more practical as companies get competitive and develop new ways of accomplishing their goals. I understand that as much as 40% of Israel's household water is provided by desalination of seawater. Speaking of expensive, if a potential client had come to me and said he wanted to convey a large quantity of water a long distance through the California Delta, he had an unlimited budget and wanted to spend as much money as possible, the logical choice would be a large diameter tunnel. Oh heck, let's build 2 of them. You can spend a huge amount of money because you will be dealing with interbedded loose sands and peat soils and must start by lowering an extremely high groundwater table to even get started. You will be faced with incredible delays and construction problems. You will literally destroy normal life in the area and undoubtedly will face years of lawsuits. I would respond to this mythical potential client by saying, obviously, you would have to be crazy to even think of trying to build tunnels through the Delta. In summary, if the tunnel project becomes a reality and long after Governor Brown and the tunnel advocates are gone, after the Delta and its communities, culture, and farming are memories, the Southern California agencies and powers that be will complain that they need more water from the north. The tunnels are a short-sighted, too expensive, and highly disruptive option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Our next speaker is Mr. Graham Connor. He's a very long-time farmer in the Delta.
Welcome, Mr. Connor.
Hello there. Yes, my name is Graham Connor. I'm a month older than Jerry Brown, but I'm not quite as sharp as I never was. Here's my policy statement. Our family has been living and farming in the Delta for 8 generations. Top that. That's 163 years of truly sustainable agriculture. A great-grandmother saw sturgeons against the white sand bottom of the Sacramento River. Sad tale. But the community of farmers built the dikes. There was no government aid of any kind in those days. They fought for their land, and they were sustained by hard work on deep, rich, well-drained, salt-free #1 soil with very high quality flowing by, and this before any dams had ever been built. The tunnel project is slated to send over 66% of the water it will divert to unstable agriculture on salty, poorly drained, lower grade soil where it takes a lot of high quality water just to push toxic salts down below the root zone. The contaminated drain water from this project is still going into the San Joaquin Delta, where more than 41,000 acres of the Bay Delta estuary are listed as impaired by selenium contamination. That's a lot. Continuing to pump too much water from the Delta by just changing the diversion point will not help the endangered fish or the ecosystem of the Delta. The tunnel project is a way to literally get around the endangered species mandate and resume overpumping water from the Delta. I'm against permits being issued for a project that the EPA judged as not protecting the Delta habitat. Dr. Jeff Michael, who's the director of the Center of Business and Policy Research at UOP, stated very recently, the WaterFix isn't a habitat conservation plan anymore. Can I go on a bit?
My apologies. If you could go ahead and wrap up that one thought.
Okay. Because it doesn't reach the standards of restoring or improving endangered species. This project is primarily an agricultural project, and I tend not to trust a water district that's willing to commit fraud to sell bonds just to pay for the public planning of these tunnels. And thus, they received a very rare penalization from the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Connor.
Okay.
And
I pray you bring your total being and can be totally humble and have inner peace with your decision.
thank you, Mr. Connor.
So we have 2 more people from the Connor family and then maybe lunch.
What I would like to do, Ms. Ranson, after your next 2 speakers, is ask Ms. McHugh to put up any names from speakers who are here who are not associated with North Delta Cares and would like to speak before our lunch break.
We don't have any cards right now, so.
Okay. In that case, we will take our lunch break after your next 2 speakers.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Tressa Dahlberg. She's also a Connor from the Connor farming family.
Good morning. I'm Tressa Connor-Dahlberg. I am here on behalf of myself and my husband, James Bo Dahlberg Jr. We live just south of Clarksburg on Merritt Island on our family's farm and are both sixth-generation residents of the Delta. Our concerns involve the dewatering and lowering of the groundwater surrounding each intake structure during construction and how that will affect our water supply, our wells, farmland, community, and way of life. The scope describes the lowering of the groundwater 30 feet to accommodate construction. It calls for dewatering within a 1-mile radius, installing pumps approximately 75 feet apart within that radius, and treating that water prior to returning it to the river. That would mean there would be in around 4,956 pumps to dewater the groundwater, including a treatment facility on each side of the river. Infrastructure would need to be built to support those pumps, electrical power supply, piping system to a central treatment facility, etc., thus eliminating all farming in the area, including land outside the boundary that would be affected from the infrastructure and pumps. Water treatment plants on both sides of the river at each site would be needed to treat that water being pumped. We believe that in our area, the water table is only 5 to 10 feet below the surface. To pump down 1 foot of water in 1 acre is 325,858 gallons. That's 1 acre foot. In 1 square mile, which is 640 acres, 1 foot of water is 209 million gallons, or 68 acre feet. A 30-foot drop in groundwater would equate to 6.24 billion gallons. That's 19,200 acre feet. This would be for each construction site where pumps would be installed for the tunnels. Is this just another way to pump more water south for at least 10 years while the tunnels are being built? Presuming that there would be continual groundwater coming in from outside the target area, the total number could double and easily triple. On our land, which is only 10 feet above sea level, it may never completely dewater. Underground rivers could flow into the area for years. If a water treatment facility is constructed and it can process 15 million gallons a day, then this operation would need to run 24/7 for over 2 years or more before the target 30 feet of groundwater reduction might be achieved. Would I be able to finish my sentence?
1 sentence,
Okay.
yes.
Are you willing to put your signature on a permit and be responsible for ruining an entire Delta ecosystem, thousands of families' livelihoods, historic buildings, and tens of thousands of acres of prime farmland for some corporate farms that grow crops in an already questionable area? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charlene Connors. She's also part of the Connor family.
Yes, I guessed that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We are a farming family living on Merritt Island, 3 miles south of Clarksburg. Our great-grandfather at age 20 immigrated here in 1858 from New Hampshire, hoping to farm some of the most fertile land in the United States. In 1872, he succeeded in buying 160 acres, which eventually grew to 280 acres through the hard work of the next 3 generations of Connors. During those 144 years, our family farming operation has adapted to many changes in the condition of the Sacramento River Delta and been able to recover and remain viable as sustaining producers of food for our nation. Beginning as milk producers, then seed crops like lettuce, onion, and alfalfa, then peas, beans, corn, tomato, grains, safflower oil, and wine grapes. We adapted as market demands changed. In the early years, Threatened by flooding, we built our own levees, and in response to recent drought periods, we have converted over half our acreage to drip irrigation. Now, the ill-conceived WaterFix plan threatens to destroy the quality of our water through diversions that will be taken upstream, our family legacy, our historic home, our fertile land through saltwater intrusion, and our agrarian way of life. Constructing tunnels that would divert enormous amounts of water from the Sacramento River will prevent the outflow needed for sustaining a healthy ecosystem for fish, wildlife, agriculture, and humans. There is an alternative plan. It's called the Sustainable Water Plan for California. It was presented in May 2015 by Restore the Delta, which accommodates present water quality standards set by the State Water Board Delta flow criteria and mandates agricultural water conservation, reinforcement of levees, and installation of improved fish screens at the water pumps south of the Delta. That's at a HTTP website, california.org, reports EWC Water Plan 9/1/2015. Please consider the alternative to the extremely damaging, controversial, and costly WaterFix, which is designed to send our quality water to irrigate the salt-laden land south of the Delta that cannot sustain agriculture over the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Will your remaining speakers be able to be here by 12:45, or would you need a little bit more time?
I think 1 o'clock. Apparently, there's an accident on I-5, so.
So let's do that. That will be more time for us to enjoy the farmers market in the park.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
We will convene at 1 o'clock. If you could start taking a seat. All right. I love this thing. It's 1 o'clock. We are reconvening. Ms. Swenson, thank you very much for the very efficient organization and for the succinctness and the valuable comments that your speakers have provided. We will now resume with your remaining speakers for today. So please go ahead with your first speaker.
Our next speaker is William Brooks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brooks.
Good afternoon. Oh, let's move this up a bit. Good afternoon. I'm William Brooks, an engineer with Recharge. I want to address energy requirements, sustainability, which were conveniently ignored in the EIR. As I'm sure you know, 20% of the energy consumed in California goes to water pumping and treatment. Currently, the single biggest user of electricity in the state is the state aqueduct. The plans for the proposed tunnels and system indicate a total pump requirement of at least 3 times the current size. Over 50% of California's energy comes from coal and gas power plants. The EPA states that the scrubbers at power plants are the nation's biggest producer of toxic waste in water, and that emissions of nitrogen oxides, sulfur oxides, and particulate matter by these plants represent a significant contribution to air pollution in the state. And this does not even address the water pollution created by the fracking fluids and gas extraction. Power plants will have to be built at taxpayers' expense just for this project. The cost and the effects to the environment and our health are of significant concern to most Californians. But what really bothers me is why are we even considering these tunnels? We are not facing reality. Even global warming deniers say that we will experience a warming spell for a long time to come. Why aren't we investing California taxpayers' money wisely? The temporary solution to transfer water to benefit one farming community in the south over another in the north is not a solution, especially when their water pumping is being subsidized. Why aren't we facing reality? California is warming. We need to stop projects like this and invest in water conservation methods. We have a perfectly good water conveyance system right now, although it could probably do with expanded winter storage. But the reality is we need to invest in efficiency, local water storage, recycling, stormwater capture, groundwater recharging, and so many other things. Just look at what Orange County has done with their water recycling. It's amazing. Even buying everyone in California a dual flush toilet fixture would save more money and water and create more jobs than this boondoggle corporate welfare project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brooks.
Our next speaker is Tim Waits of Lake Winchester in Clarksburg.
Board members, the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, November 2013, or the BDC, and a successor plan, California WaterFix, proposed to dramatically alter the way the Sacramento and San Joaquin Delta waters are allocated that run through the Clarksburg district. As the California WaterFix has been in existence for several months now and has yet to announce any significant plan of its own, and done very little to provide information as to their intent, going forward, we have assumed that many of the aspects of the BDCP will still be relevant. As a managing member of Lake Winchester Vineyards LLC in Clarksburg, we are gravely concerned about the potential for significant impacts
of the proposals of the CalFix on local commercial operations, real property usage, environmental and social impacts. The following comments are submitted for your submission. Lake Winchester Vineyards is 342 acres. It's about a half mile from the river itself. All irrigation and farming activities at Lake Winchester Vineyard relies on the Delta water source, and the one that we tap into is the Sacramento River. Our parcels on Lake Winchester, which receive the water from the Sacramento River, are provided by Reclamation District 999 to meet our needs and include agriculture irrigation. The outtake for our source of water in Lake Winchester Vineyards is near Pump House Road. A number of state and federal entities are forming various service strategies, policies, habitat conservation plans, reports, and other procedures that will have potentially significant impacts. These plans could seriously damage Lake Winchester and Lake Winchester Vineyards and neighboring properties and the unique wildlife habitat in rural areas. Lake Winchester Vineyards is home of endangered species, including the Swenson hawk, elderberry beetle, burrowing owl, among many others. All of these are dependent on the waters for survival and would be significantly impacted by water flow destruction. One of the things we've done at Lake Winchester Vineyards is embrace environmental conservation. We have partnered with Ducks Unlimited to put in a 5-acre duck pond. We're very concerned about the lack of analysis in the water quality, both surface and groundwater. We have existing wells as well as many other ways to get water. In conclusion, I want to thank the board for hearing our comments and would like to work to see if we could do something much better than the CalFix.
Thank you, Mr. Waits.
Our next speaker is Mr. Greg Merwin.
Good morning. I'm a retired farmer from the Clarksburg area. Whatever you call the tunnel project, it is a euphemism for abandon the Delta and safeguard Southern California's water. The elephant in the room is that the lower Delta's levees are not sufficient to withstand a major flooding, and South State water interests have long since decided that abandonment is inevitable and that a safe conduit is desperately needed. Sorry, but we're long past the time when this solution will pass the smell test. Given the precarious state of the Delta, it is way past time to deal with the Delta's levees. But so far they have miraculously held. Habitat restoration and safe water supply can wait. Better late than never. Let's start making those levees reasonably safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merwin.
Elizabeth Merwin is the next speaker.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Merwin from Clarksburg. That was my dad. I'm going to speak a little bit about my senses and my feelings. I don't have any hard numbers for you. The Delta has been home to my family for 4 generations. Our family farm has been in operation for more than 80 years. I'm raising my sons in what we call the home ranch house, which was the house my grandpa brought my grandma home to in 1929. I hardly know where the Delta ends and I begin because it's a part of me. They might say I have ditch water in my blood. The Delta treats us with lots of sensual pleasures. We can smell sun-baked blackberries and figs that grow along the riverbanks. Cool breezes blow in the evenings. Sunsets reflect in the grand, slow river, and artists are inspired to come from everywhere to enjoy the unique, radiant Delta light. Flocks of geese and cranes fly over the house, near enough to hear the whoosh of their wings beating in the air, and our nighttime is an opera of frogs, owls, and water birds. In Clarksburg, on a Wednesday evening, in the town proper, you can hear choirs rehearsing, kids playing on the soccer field, people chatting on the porch at the library. Our community is busy, healthy, and wholesome. We care about each other. We welcome families from surrounding areas into our churches and schools because they want to be there too. But the tunnels would bring catastrophe to everyone who calls the Delta home. The stench of the sludge alone would foul our air. The violent pounding of the pile driving will disrupt our schools and our churches, and our levee roads would be all clogged. And then there's the water. I know from experience around the ranch, so when ground is shaken, such as happens when huge pilings are driven, good water wells foul for miles around. Bigger than that, if the fresh water is sucked out of our delta, brackish water would back in. The fields and orchards and vineyards would get sicker and then die from the salt. The plan for mitigating the loss of water and water quality is no plan. Truckloads of water would not be forthcoming to run our homes and irrigate our crops. And there's no mitigation for the demise of a home, a family farm legacy, a healthy community, an awe-inspiring place which delights all of our senses. There's no mitigation for that. Be stealing it from California, from our country, from our world. It is a unique place and beautiful. I urge the Water Board not to issue permits for these tunnels. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Campbell.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Campbell. I'm a lifelong resident of Clarksburg and the Sacramento Delta. My mother and father came to Clarksburg in 1939 and worked for Gregory Merwin's father and grandfather. They came from Oklahoma for a better life. In this David versus Goliath battle, I'm proud to say I'm on David's side. I'm here to express my great concern for the inadequacy of the EIS for the proposed WaterFix project. This gigantic water conveyance facility proposed for construction in the Delta will result in permanent injury to water users and citizens in the vicinity of the three intakes, pipes connecting to the tunnels themselves, and the intermediate forebay. I have major concerns with three primary project components of this estimated 14-year production or construction period, each with individual adverse impacts on farming, irrigation, water quality that cumulatively result in severe adverse impacts on local water supplies, agricultural production, and local communities. Homes, farms, businesses, and communities relying on well water will lose water supply due to dewatering and lowering groundwater levels to more than 30 feet. The EIS fails to identify the volume of water that will be discharged into individual local drainage ditches and delta waterways, or the cumulative daily amount of discharges from dewatering that will certainly degrade water quality from existing conditions. A network of pipes and tunnels will cross hundreds of existing drainage ditches and canals in this massive construction, maybe destruction was right, zone. These ditches and canals will be disconnected and drainage and irrigation disrupted. And having farmed in the area being considered for the tunnels, I can testify to the sensitivity of the soils and how difficult it is to control underground water. Blocking drainage ditches will result in the shallow groundwater seeping to the surface of farmlands. Preventing farming due to oversaturated soils, which will mean permanent crops being damaged or killed and thousands of acres being fouled for 14 years or more. The project descriptions in the EIR, EIS, and the change of diversion petition both lack sufficient details regarding the frequency, extent, and severity, location, or duration of the disruption of water supplies. The rest will be in my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell.
Our next speaker is Mr. Hal Shipley.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Hal Shipley. I'm a retired engineer and a resident of Clarksburg, where my family moved in 1939. I'm very concerned about the impact that these 3 water intakes for the tunnels would have on our community. My home and the entire Clarksburg community depends on the aquifers for the domestic water. In times of drought, we are frequently now pumping sand and not water, and we can't afford to lose the water that we now have. My major concern is, of course, my water supply for our home, but the negative impact that these intakes would have on the local roads and the levees, as well as the historic buildings up and down that river, would be a tremendous loss to our community. And I just want to say that I don't like the idea, and I very much appreciate you voting against the 3 tunnels to Southern California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shipley.
Our next speaker is Miss Marilyn Gill.
Good afternoon. It's hard to believe that really you expect any of us to be able to convey to you in 3 minutes what our lifestyle has been and the fears we hold for the future. I was born and raised in the Clarksburg area, where my father came to be a superintendent of the construction of the sugar mill, one of the major industries in the Clarksburg area. Now, you'd think because the sugar mill no longer operates to create sugar, that we have a failure on our hands. Well, we've had lots of changes in Clarksburg, lots of them. And we didn't give people 3 minutes to convey their concern about it. We've always met as a whole extended community, and we haven't won all the issues that each of us as responsible citizens would like to have, but we love each other and we care for one another. And as I look back on my busy, busy life, I think on a weekly basis how grateful I am that I grew up in Clarksburg, where I was raised with all the benefits we try to create now for other communities in our country, hopelessly trying to prevent shootings and hate and crime and all of that kind of thing. We have an extended family, and I'll tell you what, recently, well, 2 years ago, as I was being discharged from Sutter Hospital after a month's stay, they said, "We don't think you can go home to be by yourself." I've been a widow for the last 21 years. And I smiled and I said, "It's okay. I'm going home to my extended family, my neighbors who love me in Clarksburg." And they said, "Well, how are you going to manage your meals?" Well, I said, the church and the community is going to bring me food for lunch and dinner for the next 2 weeks or however long I need it. And they said, how do you know? And I said, well, because I've been making food and distributing it since I returned to Clarksburg. I haven't always lived in Clarksburg. I went away to college at Santa Barbara, and then I've lived in various other communities. Those experiences in other communities have given me the real heartfelt knowledge that the Delta has something else to teach the rest of the world, some of it not too far away.
Thank you very much for painting such a picture.
Our next speaker is Tom Merwin.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to probably the youngest speaker today, but I'm an 8th generation farmer in the Clarksburg area, and this project is going to affect me probably the longest because I'll probably be farming longer than anybody else will be living back there. Hopefully. But I know you don't have it's not an easy decision to sit on that board and represent all the interests that you have. And I respect the decision that you have to make. I was born and raised in Clarksburg. I plan on living there the rest of my life. And we grow wine grapes. I have a small little wine brand and winery that we operate and are fully invested in. My family is completely invested in wine grapes. And if this project goes through, it's really going to affect how we farm and how we live. And, it's scary. My dad and my grandfather just passed away. He would tell us, this project's been in the works for a long time, that it'll never happen. And, my dad didn't want to come today because he's been through all this before. And I wanted to represent our family. I know there are other Merwins that have spoken today. But I love my community. I know that if this project goes through, it's really gonna have a negative impact on the economy, the culture, and our way of life. And my heart's pounding right now. I'm just so scared for what could happen to our community. I know that I've been lucky to live in Clarksburg and to have been raised there. It's such a unique community. It's so safe. So much love is there. The person who just spoke, Mike Campbell, spoke 2 or 3 speakers ago, and my great-grandfather died in his father's arms. It's, we're all connected, and it's just, I don't know what else I would do if I couldn't farm. I want to continue on the legacy of our years of farming in the Delta and making high-quality products. For people, when I make wine, it's not just to make a great drink to people to enjoy, but it's also so I can export our product. It's a way for me to share what Clarksburg is. When people say they don't know where the North Delta is or anything, the first thing I tell them is, oh, it's Bogle Wine. And now, I built this business with 2 of my best friends, and I hope to continue this business and keep growing it and keep spreading what Clarksburg's all about. I appreciate the decision you guys have to make, and I hope you rule in our favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Updegraff, and she is with the Clarksburg Marina.
Hello. Clarksburg Marina is a family-owned and operated marina on the Sacramento River that's been serving boating and fishing public since the early 1960s. We are acutely aware of the need for this marina and additional water-related services in the Clarksburg area. We will aspire to provide such services even as the fishery has ups and downs and the water and fishery management fluctuates.
A driving force for expanding our services is the growth in the local wine tasting and agritourism industries. Our business and services we offer depend on the water in the Sacramento River, both the quality and the quantity, and we can attest to the fact that these two characteristics are inseparable. It is obvious in the winter and spring when we get rain that the water quality decreases as flows increase. This natural process triggers a sequence of events that keeps the estuary in balance. What is not as obvious is the effect that the current water management is having on the Delta. We are experiencing continuous record low water flows, lower than any droughts experienced in the past 50 years. And in the last 3 years, we've experienced never before seen waterborne vegetation and algae growth, high water temperatures, silt buildup, salinity intrusion, and counterflow on incoming tides to the point that we have sea lions swimming around our docks. State-produced literature admits that construction activities for the tunnels will seriously affect the local fishery. Nowhere have we found in the documentation where the state addresses the effect on local boating. But just as motorists will avoid the heavy construction zones, we can logically expect that boaters will avoid our area as well. And that would only be the start of the decline. We see no scenario in which the state's tunnel and our marina coexist. If the state goes forward with the tunnels project, we anticipate that the damage done to our environment, on which our business depends, will render our business unviable. The fishery will be decimated due to loss of both water quantity and the resultant quality. Boaters will avoid the areas as will tourists, in part due to the blight the massive intakes will impart on our landscape, as well as the shallow, vegetation-laden river that will result from increased water diversions. Even though Clarksburg Marina is the closest marina to the intake, our situation is not unique. The increased water diversions will be catastrophic throughout the entire Bay Delta estuary and to every living creature in the water, on the land, and flying over the area. No tweaking of science will ever honestly prove that increasing diversion will bring the estuary back from the brink of destruction where the state currently holds it. We hope honest, public, serving authorities will come forward and find a different solution to the state's water situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have Mr. Mark Pruner, and he's representing the Clarksburg Fire District.
Thank you, members of the board. I stand before you today as the chair of the board of directors and commissioners of the Clarksburg Fire Protection District. We are the most local, the most our closest to the ground unit of local government in the North Delta, specifically in the portion of Yolo County south of the West Sac City line and between the river, the Deepwater Ship Channel, and down to the Solano County border. I have written statement, which I think you'll see it later. Let me just try to read some parts of the written statement. The mission of the district as first responders in the Clarksburg Fire Protection District area is to provide fire suppression, emergency response, medical aid to resident structures and businesses within the boundaries of the district. The district was organized in the late 40s and has continued its operation continuously since then. We have a firehouse. We just built a second structure, and we have approximately 5 to 6 rolling pieces of equipment that we dispense on a regular basis. Last year's calls, I believe, were 208. The historical average tends to be in the high hundreds, although it's creeping and trending upward above 200 calls per year. In order for the district to operate in its most effective manner, we rely on 4 things in particular. Number 1, we rely on a system of funding that's composed of 3 parts. A portion of property taxes, second, a direct assessment component, and third, a DIF, developmental fee impact structure. Not uncommon to most small districts that represent the needs of their residents at the closest, at the ground level. We also rely on roads and free access along those roads. Third, on an ongoing system that we employ for purchasing and maintaining our equipment, rolling stock, personal protection, fire suppression gear, medical aid, and our supplies. And fourth, and important, I think, for the purposes of this proceeding, levees that will stay in existence for a long time and keep floods at bay when and if they come.
We have done an independent study on what we think would be the cost to the district on an annualized basis because of the increased traffic, the increased people are people. They're going to have accidents and things are going to occur, and we're going to get called out. And for the training and equipment we need to have to address those on a competent basis and to meet the state mandated standards that we have always adhered to, which we estimate to be in the neighborhood of, estimate to be at $1,675,000. This includes training, equipment, and other items that we employ on a regular basis. We are an all-volunteer department, including members such as myself, with the exception of a small stipend paid to our chief and assistant chief. We want to maintain that as part of we're part of the community, not just a fire suppression and emergency response local district. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Bob Saunders.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Saunders. I'm with the Essence of Life Project, Saving Our Water and Oceans, Crunch Nestle Alliance, North Delta Cares, and Sacramento Community Guild. Water is for life, not for profit, or foolish and unnecessary diversion projects and environmental degradation. Members of the board, I'm here to talk to you about large-scale north-south water transfers and their impacts on groundwater and land subsidence. The tunnels will encourage and facilitate the transfer of water from farmers in the Sacramento Valley to farmers south of the Delta. Water transfers are often seen as providing more flexibility in the system. At first glance, this may seem true, but if you look under the hood, these water transfers will create a number of serious problems for the Sacramento Valley north of the Delta. The Center for Food Safety discussed these issues in their 2015 comments on the tunnel's EIR. The vast majority of these transfers are from agricultural users in the Sacramento Valley to agricultural users in the San Joaquin Valley, meaning that their purpose is to shift agricultural production from the north, where there is more water, to the south, where there is less. This is environmentally inefficient and pencils out as economically efficient only because many of the costs of the transfers are borne by taxpayers or spread among all water users, not borne solely by the recipients of the transferred water. Many, if not most, of the new water transfers will involve groundwater substitution. Increased groundwater pumping to facilitate water sales will result in depleted aquifers and groundwater subsidence. It will result in dewatering of streams and rivers and the surface waterways of the Sacramento Valley, which are tightly connected to groundwater. Surface water recharges groundwater aquifers, while groundwater provides water for streams and rivers. Today, less than 30% of the consumptive water use in the Sacramento Valley is from groundwater. That percentage will certainly rise with the construction of the tunnels and the increased water transfers that will result. And with it, land subsidence will increase and dewatering of rivers and streams will increase. Land subsidence will have other devastating impacts, as is already evidenced in the San Joaquin Valley, where overpumping of groundwaters cause severe land subsidence. Impacts can include increased flooding, reduced freeboard and carrying capacity of canals, aqueducts, rivers, and flood control channels, damage to engineered structures like buildings, roads, bridges, pipelines, canals, aqueducts, levees, and wells, and loss of aquifer capacity. Many people think that the negative impacts from the tunnels are only to the Delta, but these water transfers will result in negative impacts to the Sacramento Valley watershed. This should not be allowed. I sincerely hope the board will consider these negative impacts and deny permits for the tunnels. And one more thing, since I've got 28 seconds, also, I think all you folks and Governor Brown really need to respect and honor the heritage of the people who have lived for generations throughout the Delta. And coming in and laying waste to a lot of that area to build an unnecessary tunnel system would be like mowing over the graves of your ancestors. I don't think you would like that, and I don't think that would be respectful towards your family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dane Heenis is our next speaker.
Hi, my name's Dane Heenis. I'm a graphic designer in Sacramento and lifetime born and raised in Sacramento. Visited the Delta many times over the last 40 years, and I'm a Delta lover. And my biggest concern about the WaterFix project is that it will diminish water quality in the Delta, and this will have serious health and economic impacts on the people who live there. One of the significant adverse impacts is an increase in toxic algae blooms. Another significant adverse impact is the doubling of salinity. These impacts spelled out in the environmental documents tell me all I need to know about how much water will be diverted. They claim that the WaterFix won't deliver any more water than they're getting now. If that's true, then why the increase in algae blooms and salt? If the delta were to receive enough flow, this would not be the case. My understanding is that these hearings are about whether the project causes injury to other users of water. If stagnant water causes algae blooms, and these blooms are toxic to people and animals, it sounds like an injury to users of water to me. Bay Area cities draw drinking water from the delta. They won't be able to use that water if it's contaminated with toxic algae. If people can't fish, boat, or enjoy other recreational activity in the delta because the water is toxic, that also harms their marinas and the economy in the delta. Higher salinity in the delta ruins crops and ultimately ruins the land. Delta farmers generally have senior water rights, so why should they get salt water while the higher quality water gets sent south? The toxic algae and salinity impacts alone should be enough to put the brakes on the WaterFix. I sincerely hope the Water Board will not let these injuries come to the people and farms of the Delta and the cities that take drinking water from the Delta. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is actually Dane's wife, Susan Haynes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Heenis. I'm a resident of the city of Sacramento and have been active in many city preservation issues. I served on the board of the Sacramento County Historical Society, and I currently serve on the Board of Preservation Sacramento. I'm here today representing myself as a Delta lover, and I am concerned about the historical preservation of the Delta. The northern part of the Delta is home to 9 legacy towns: Freeport, Clarksburg, Hood Lock, Cortland, Walnut Grove, Ryde, Rio Vista, and Isleton. They are the heart of California's legacy since California became a republic in 1849 and a state in 1850. These legacy towns played vital roles in supporting the 49ers and their offspring who came to California to mine for gold. Whether these communities were ports for good exchanges with San Francisco and other port cities, or whether they were built by the Chinese immigrants who helped construct California railroads and levees, or by farmers raising crops to provide food to the miners and other pioneers. These towns all played pivotal roles in California's early history. As the Sacramento River was the I-5 of the day, these towns were born in the mid-1800s to early 1900s along this prominent thoroughfare to support the building of California as a state. By allowing water diversions and tunnels in the North Delta, the State Water Resources Control Board will largely be allowed the destruction of key aspects of California's early history. Not only will towns of Hood, Cortland, Locke, and Walnut Groves be severely impacted, but the ambience of these rural treasure, our Delta, will be forever lost. Historic buildings in Locke, which was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1971, and then designated a National Historic Landmark District in 1990, would likely suffer structural damage from the intense and incessant pile driving and vibrations of traffic. Businesses and families relying on recreation and tourism for their income will become impoverished and forced to abandon their homes and businesses. Who will want to visit these historic towns during the 10 to 14 years of construction? The noise and traffic congestion will turn these communities into ghost towns. After construction, who will want to drive scenic Highway 160, which will then be a series of industrial parks full of concrete pumping plants and forebays? There needs to be an expanded effort to look into other viable alternatives to California's WaterFix tunnels. An alternative plan combined with conservation and aquifer recharge would help provide the water necessary to sustain Central and Southern California's water needs without destroying the Delta and its legacy towns. They are important monuments to California history. I'm asking that you not approve permits for additional water diversion in the North Delta. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hemus.
Our next speaker is Mr. Chuck Kelly.
Thank you all for listening. I wasn't clear on the format, so I'm rather unprepared, but I do have a couple of thoughts that I think are very relevant. I noticed that as the petition has been changed, it really is rather innocent, and your decision doesn't seem like a very, very heavy decision. But I really see that as a splitting of the overall. What good is Part 1 without Part 2? In the meantime, I see no need. They are getting as much water as they request at this time, even though it may not be good for the Delta at this moment. Is it going to be helpful to hurry up and get Part 1 done and then be forced to do Part 2 because they've spent all this money? I also point out that in the 80s, we voted not to have a peripheral water system. This is just an alternative to that same moment. We still do. There was one, the Cross Delta Canal is in essence a peripheral tool. I simply think that we need to provide more water so we can flush the Delta, keep it healthy, and try to meet their demands, and it's going to require more storage. I thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Let me just respond to something you said to provide clarification. We are dividing the hearing into Part 1s and Part 2 just to structure the hearing. We are not making a decision separately on Part 1 and Part 2.
No, but when I look at the alteration to the petition now is for seemingly very innocent, just water outtakes. They're useless without the rest of the project. And again, I don't know why they need to have Part 1 keep moving when Part 2 is unsettled. It's not even good for them.
All right.
Except it will force you to have to consider that this infrastructure has started, money has been spent, and the momentum is underway. It's not much different than Sacramento developing the American Basin, and now finding out that millions and millions and millions are being spent to get levees to protect it because the infrastructure there is so valuable.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
I'm afraid you guys could get pressed into that same corner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Dan Bacher.
I'm an investigative journalist. I'm editor of the Fish Sniffer magazine. I've published hundreds of articles about the Delta tunnels in a wide array of publications. I have been covering fish, water, and environmental justice issues in California and the West for over 30 years. In my reporting, I've covered many aspects of the controversial California WaterFix, formerly called the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. I've covered how the project won't create one drop of new water while spending up to $67 billion of taxpayer and ratepayers' money. I've covered how the project's former point man, Jerry Morrell, in a moment of candor in 2013, claimed the Delta cannot be saved. I've covered the reports of scientific panels ranging from the Delta Independent Science Board to federal EPA scientists that have given the alleged science of the tunnels project a failing grade. I've covered how the project won't help Californians during the drought, fund innovative water conservation, stormwater capture, or water recycling projects that are desperately needed. I've covered how the plan will push endangered fish species such as Delta and longfin smelt, winter run chinook salmon, Central Valley steelhead and green sturgeon over the abyss of extinction while failing to address the state's long-term water supply needs. I've covered how the project will devastate not only the San Francisco Bay and Delta fisheries, but recreational, commercial, and subsistence fisheries up and down the West Coast. I've covered how the tunnels will also imperil the salmon, steelhead, and other fish populations of the Klamath and Trinity rivers that are an integral part of the culture and livelihoods of the Yurok, Karuk, and Hoopa Valley tribes. I've covered how the tunnels would devastate the Delta's $5.2 billion a year agricultural economy and $750 million per year recreational and tourism economy. I've covered how the Winnemem, Wintu, and other California tribes have been excluded or marginalized in the Delta Tunnels process. I've covered how documents for the Delta Tunnels, in an overt case of environmental injustice, have not been translated into Spanish and other languages as required under an array of state and federal laws. I've covered how the current petition before the board and all the previous plans, EIRs, and documents of the BDCP have failed to address other alternatives such as the Environmental Water Caucus's Sustainable Water Plan for achieving the due goals of ecosystem restoration and water supply. But in all the hundreds of hours I spent covering the California WaterFix and its predecessors, there's one terminal flaw with the project that stands out among all others: the false assumption the project is based upon. The WaterFix is based on the absurd contention that taking up to 9,000 CFS of water from the Sacramento River at the new points of diversion, as requested in the petition by the Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation, will somehow restore the Delta ecosystem. I am not aware of a single project in U.S. or world history where taking more water out of a river estuary has resulted in the restoration of that river estuary.
Thank you.
Based on this
Thank you very much.
untenable premise and all the flaws that thousands of Californians have pointed out about the project, I strongly urge you to reject the petition of DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Bacher.
With the board's permission, one of our speakers is unable to come. Apparently, she's stuck in traffic, but she emailed it to someone that's here. So is that okay?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Debbie Elliott for Ms. Cox.
Ms. Cox? Okay. Hello, Ms. Elliott.
Debbie. And as I said, I also have sold real estate for years, since 1979 in the Delta. So anyway, I just got this email from Cheryl Cox, and it's appropriate that you have these lovely displays from condos up on your screen. Anyway, Cheryl Cox is going to come here and just let you all know that her house, you have the maps, is right north of Intake 3, my family's property. And that house is on the National Register. I sent her a map 2 days ago of the petition, and they thought they'd be okay. Now they see the new map, and it goes right through 2 houses they own, and that's Rosebud. That's where Wayne Thiebaud lived originally. It was built by Senator Johnston in the 1800s. It sits probably on 5 acres. And it was also designed by Nathaniel Godell, and he's the architect that did the governor's mansion. So it's another, being on the National Register, she's saying to me, I'll just read you her email. Hi, Deb, thanks for sending this. It's a new map to us, and you're absolutely correct. The permanent surface impact in Section 11 goes right through our home as well as our rental home next door. Guess it won't matter much about the noise from over 5 million pile driving strikes after we have to abandon our property entirely for this outrageous land and water grab. The Water Board should know about the destruction of Rosebud, which is on the National Register of Historic Places, and the federal environmental impact reports that are mandatory before a project that would impact such a property. It will be a sad day when we have to resort to legal recourse to protect our home from California WaterFix. Cheryl Cox, please speak on my behalf. Now, this other picture that you have up here, those people aren't here today either, the Hemleys. And this is one that sits directly on the water owned by Hemley, but they're in the midst of pear season. And so is my family. That's why I'm here and they're not. But this is another historic home. And I'll put in my report all the historic homes, and I would love to have you read it so you know what's going to be devastated. And also hidden in their EIR, and they're not saying it, but they do one side of the river, they reserve the right to do the other side of the river. So we really don't know how many houses are going to come across down on the other side that are quite historical. So I hope you make the right decision on behalf of all the Delta residents and look more closely, because nobody is talking about what the destruction is. They're not being clear. And also, I noticed today when I was looking at the diversion permit, the intake diagrams that they have. I don't know how you can know what you're looking at because they call them all intake number 2. So it's really confusing. So you might want to have them go back and clarify to you what intakes you're looking at, because they've got 3 listed and they're calling them all intake number 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott, and Ms. Cox as well.
Our next speaker is Mr. Paul Hughes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's clear to me from reading the EIR documents that the project proponents did not seriously examine reasonable alternatives to this expensive and destructive project. To them, it's the tunnels or nothing. They have already diverted the San Joaquin River to the point that it runs dry. Low flows due to lack of upstream precipitation, relentless pumping for export, and ag runoff have created poor water quality in the South Delta, so now the exporters have set their sights on the North Delta and its high-quality Sacramento River water. Diverting the Sacramento River just as it enters the Delta will have severely negative consequences for this degraded estuary, degraded because too much water has already been diverted from the Delta. Salinity intrusion is already a problem for the Western Delta. Taking fresh water from the top of the Delta system via the tunnels is expected to double the number of salinity violations. This increase in salinity is listed in the EIR as, quote, a significant and unavoidable adverse impact, unquote, and this is after mitigation. When you irrigate with salt water, not only do the crops do poorly, but the salts build up and the land is eventually ruined. The Delta is California's oldest and most productive agricultural area. 75% of the Delta's farmland is federally designated as prime farmland. By comparison, the rest of the state has only 18% of agricultural land classified as prime. Contaminating prime Delta farmland with salts so that Sacramento River water can be exported to corporate farms in a semi-desert is a terrible policy choice for California. The state should place a higher value on the Delta's prime farmland instead of sacrificing it along with the rest of the Delta's resources to benefit other regions. These new water diversions for the tunnel should not be granted a permit by the board.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Our next speaker is Wendy Heaton.
Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Heaton. Build it first, then ask questions. That's a quote from State Engineer Harvey Banks in the mid-1950s as he worked up support for the State Water Project. He cited the urgent need for speedy action. The state built it, and the Delta has been in decline ever since. I mention Mr. Banks because history is repeating. DWR again proposes a massive water project, and it's at 10% design. Permit it now, they say. We'll work out the details later. Governor Brown cites the urgency of the project, just as Pat Brown and Mr. Banks did 6 decades ago. It seems premature to move forward now with permits when the project is at 10% design. Unintended consequences could be enormous and even catastrophic. The environmental documents are full of impacts unmentioned, unanalyzed, or left for future analysis. There is too much we don't know. How do these unknown impacts affect Delta residents? I live directly across the river from intake number 2 on the Yolo side. Cofferdams would restrict the flow of the river and raise surface elevations upstream. This must be mitigated. The documents state, quote, under existing regulations, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and DWR would require installation of setback levees or other measures to maintain existing flow capacity in the Sacramento River, unquote. If they built setback levees, our homes against the levees are gone and the highway would have to be moved. Pretty big impacts, and they are not mentioned. If not setback levees and instead other measures, well, what are they? They don't know because it's 10% designed. So we don't know, and you don't know. This lack of information goes up the chain, from unknown impacts to local residents to the entire Delta and beyond, downstream to the bay and upstream to the Sacramento River watershed. At 10% design, can adaptive management save us from unintended consequences? Is permitting the project now worth the risks? I hope you will not permit this project at this early stage. Please require that the project be further developed so the impacts are better known before considering a permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heaton.
Our next speaker is Ms. Barbara Daly. Sorry.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, Board. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak with you today. I am a volunteer on the North Delta Cares Action Committee, and I'm a volunteer also on the the Delta Chambers of Commerce and Visitors Bureau, and also a volunteer on the Delta Protection Commission Advisory Board. And I'm here to speak with you today about the two economic drivers of the Delta, which are agriculture and recreation, but specifically recreation in my case. I am the owner of the Doss Cliff House Marina in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. I'm greatly concerned about the current plans to build 2 tunnels and divert water from the Sacramento River at the north end of the Delta. Being that my livelihood and the success of my marina business depends on a free-flowing river, it is certain that both the process of constructing these tunnels, as well as the use of the intakes and tunnels after their construction, will severely adversely impact my marina, as well as all marinas up and down the Delta. And I might state that during the Brattle Group's economic inventory of all of the recreation marinas in the Delta, their in-plan report could not cover marinas or recreation, so there was no economic study done on the marinas in the Delta. The dewatering that will be needed to construct the 3 to 5 intake facilities in the North Delta will severely limit, if not eliminate altogether, the amount of water currently going past my marina and keeping it afloat. Even if there's still some water going by my marina, any reduction in water level will hamper the docking of boats that rely on specific water depths to accommodate their hulls and for the safe passage of their boats. Worst case scenario is that there will be insufficient water for any boats to safely use my marina, and likely most other marinas and I and other marina owners will have to close their doors. And even if some boats can still dock at my marinas, boating enthusiasts will soon lose interest in trying to recreate in the Delta, and they will take their boats and their business elsewhere. The partial as well as full construction of the tunnels will impact mine as well as all other Delta Marina owners. Additionally, as the water flow lessens and pools of stagnant water begin to form, there will be an exponential increase in algae blooms and other undesirable plant growth, such as you've heard earlier today. The water hyacinth is already a problem. It has shut down the port of Stockton, curtailing the port's activity and likely costing the port significant amounts of lost revenue. You've already heard about increases in salinity, and an emergency drought barrier was installed at West Falls River in the Delta during 2015 to hold back salinity. That barrier impacted recreational activity for a number of Delta businesses and created an increased loss in business. If we allow further degradation of the Delta by constructing intakes in the North Delta and thus creating additional reduction of flow through the Delta, this will largely obliterate any and all recreation and tourist opportunities there. I strongly urge that the State Water Resources Control Board reject DWR's applications and also the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation for water intake locations in the North Delta, and instead to consider meeting any other water shortages in California by addressing and satisfying those needs with more localized and viable solutions, such as the Tulare Lake Basin Plan, the diversion lower in the Delta, such as Dr. Pike's plan, better conservation methods, other alternative options, and not building an expensive public works project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Daly.
It's my turn. My name is Anna Swenson, and I do a variety of things in Clarksburg. I'm a volunteer for North Delta Cares. I'm on the board of the Friends of the Clarksburg Library because I love literacy and I love the library. And I live in the village of Clarksburg, just across from the river from one of the intakes that is proposed. I have 5 children who attend school in Clarksburg. We participate in many community activities such as the 4th of July Parade, the Parade of Lights. We work in the community garden. We attend the community church with choir and service. We attend the Clarksburg Library weekly for events and different activities that promote literacy. We also participate in the Clarksburg Country Run, and that's just the beginning. There are many, many other opportunities of engagement that we have. Our community is our second family, and farming plays a large role in our daily life. We celebrate births, we celebrate achievements together, and as a community, we grieve and remember those who are no longer with us. Life here in Clarksburg is peaceful and quiet with the exception of our local volunteer firehouse alarm that alerts our volunteers that it's time to drop what they're doing and go report to an emergency. This is one of the few places on earth where I feel that my children are truly safe. When people discover Clarksburg, they often say the same thing, wow, this is Mayberry. And all I can say is you are absolutely right. So one of my many concerns about this project is the impact of noise on Clarksburg and the other legacy communities. The 14-year construction project in building the tunnels. I have yet to see any analysis of the cumulative noise level created by the project. Noise is mentioned throughout the plan, from pile driving, truck noise, idling, air brakes, etc. That will be created by truck traffic from the construction. Traffic will increase by tenfold with trucks coming and going at a rate of 1 truck every 5 seconds from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the next 14 years. We've done the math and we've tallied up. There will be a total of 5 million pile strikes per intake. That's 15 million pile strikes that our communities will be forced to endure. Our 100-year-old buildings will be forced to endure and probably will not survive. I'm also concerned about other sources of noise, including the boring equipment that will be used for the tunneling. And I feel that the plan has not factored in the cumulative effect of the noise that will be affected not only on Clarksburg, but other legacy towns near the project. The delta is flat and open with few trees and other structures to interrupt sound. We can literally hear the concerts in West Sacramento, which is 14.7 miles away from us. Very clearly. How will children be able to learn in the Clarksburg schools? There's 3 schools. How will they be able to learn during the day with the constant pile driving that will be occurring just directly across the river from them? Will the continuous noise harm their learning? Sadly, our community will be the ones who will have to endure this and will have to find out. We're asking you on behalf of the community and on behalf of the children of Clarksburg to please not allow this intake to go in across Clarksburg. It's too precious of a commodity to be wasted on a project that could be solved with other solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swenson.
I have one more person, and I don't know if he keeps texting me saying he's looking, parked on his way. I don't know if we can wait a few minutes for Mr. Dick Marshall, but he's the last of our speakers.
All right. Why don't we take a short break for the court reporter, and we will reconvene at 2:10.
Sounds perfect. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Svensson, I believe your last speaker has arrived. I'm liking this thing.
I need one of those. Our last speaker for North Delta Cares today is Mr. Dick Marshall.
Mr. Marshall. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for waiting for me. My name's Richard Marshall. I live in Clarksburg on 50720 Babel Slough Road. I'm very familiar with the Delta, and I had some comments on the dewatering process. In its 2014 comments on the BDCP EIR, the County of Sacramento identified some very serious effects on groundwater that will have major impacts on the people who live and farm in the project area. These include, but are not limited to, substantial depletion of municipal and agricultural water supplies. There's no mitigation to offset the well losses due to liquefaction and settlement caused by pile driving, boring, and also project dewatering, as happened along the wastewater treatment lines in West Sacramento. Some of those wells along those properties where they dewatered for the wastewater treatment project are still not adequate or of much lower quality. There's no effort to quantify how much water would be unavailable for existing uses, and there's no offset for diminished groundwater quality. There's no offset for increased energy use created by the need for deeper wells. The effects are considered temporary, even though the project will go on for 10 or maybe 14 years. And here's what the county comments say, that the BDCP is likely to substantially deplete municipal and agricultural water supplies within the Delta construction area. Can you hear me okay if I stand up taller? My chiropractor says stand up straight. From construction area dewatering, as well as construction-induced liquefaction and settlement, such as from pile driving, tunnel boring, and operation of other heavy equipment, which could adversely affect groundwater levels and operation integrity of the wells. The DEIR, or the EIS, glosses over these serious effects by characterizing them as temporary, even though construction will take place for 10 years or more. The DEIR EIS makes no effort to estimate the quantity of water that the BDCP would make unavailable for existing uses. As mitigation, the DEIR EIS proposes to offset domestic losses attributable to dewatering, but not losses or adverse effects attributable to diminished groundwater quality or from losses caused by construction-induced liquefaction and settlement. Measures proposed to achieve this objective include installing sheet piles to depths below groundwater elevation, deepening or modifying wells used for domestic purposes to maintain water supplies at pre-construction levels. Or
Please go ahead and wrap up that sentence.
I only have one more paragraph. May I read it?
A short paragraph?
Yeah. Large font map. Further, it's not clear whether the DEIR EIS evaluated the secondary impacts associated with well deepening, including increased energy use, air quality impacts, and also I would add water quality. If the project receives a permit, the permit should be conditioned to address these impacts, specifically compensation for liquefaction and settlement, identify the quantity of water that will be unavailable for existing uses, and people have a right to know this information, and they do. Compensation for reduced groundwater quality. Residents may require filters on their water system, and if residential and agricultural users must dig deeper wells, the project should not only pay for the well deepening, but also pay for increased energy bills in perpetuity. Local users should not have to shoulder this burden. Thank you for your extra time.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for driving all this way. Ms. Ranson, does that wrap it up for you today?
For today, yes. We will plan to be back in part 2.
Well,
More organized.
I want to thank you, and again, Ms. Heaton and Ms. Daly, for your tremendous work, for bringing everyone together and sharing with us what we've heard today. I want to thank everyone who spoke today. From Mr. Condos to Mr. Marshall, you painted a vivid picture for us of the people, the community, the life, and the heritage of the Delta. It is much appreciated. And again, thank you all for taking the time and sharing these experiences and these perspectives with us, which is extremely valuable. And we look forward to reading your comments, your written policy letters for more details that we were not able to get into today.
Okay. And we'll get those uploaded for the board.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you all for this opportunity. We very much appreciate it.
All right. Ms. McHugh, are there any speakers card remaining who are not, is anyone here who is not part of North Delta Cares to provide a policy statement?
I haven't received any. So.
Right? Not seeing anyone standing up and rushing up here, that will conclude our meeting for today. We will reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you all again.